Hello. Hello, hello. Today we are starting the GDD rewrite. I'm gonna put that in the stream title. Rewriting. That'll work. That'll work. I changed it. Let's get this shit written. You know, I was thinking, I guess a little bit yesterday, and also today. Do I want to do a full rewrite? Like, just delete it all and just start from scratch? I'm kind of tempted. You know, at the very least, I'd like to just maybe do a once-over of the organization. Like, what are our categories? You know, what do we want to switch anything up? Do we want to delete anything? I want to keep this GDD a bit trim. I think that we can go in more detail. Well, I don't think we need to go in more detail. My reasoning is that we have the prototype. There's a lot of fluff that can be taken out of the GDD because I can just say, well, you know, look at the prototype. That'll answer more questions a lot more efficiently than I think any GDD will. Granted, we can always, you know, like shove in some videos or images from there too, but at the very least I'd like to go over the outline. There's a way to like see the document outline, right? Okay, well, not in this way. I could swear there's a way to see. Yeah, there we go. Navigation pane. There's a lot of shit in here that does not need to exist. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's do it this way. Save this as GDD organization. You know, I think I have like an old copy of the GDD organization document that I made. Do I have that somewhere? Let's see. I do. I'm just gonna remake it from scratch. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Let's see. Core game info. A lot of the section 1 will be the same. I don't really anticipate any of this changing for any reason. Summary and story. Summary, story. Art style, that won't be filled in because we fucking suck. Target audience. Genres. Steam tags. That's important because Steam will compare your title to other games with similar genre and tags. And that will also determine on what games your game might be shown to, right? So if we are like some dark fantasy RPG, when people are clicking on like the Dragon Age Origins page, they might see similar games to this. I can just show you a demonstration. You guys have probably already seen this, but you know, why not just do a demonstration? Please don't show porn games. Okay, it's on my other account, so we should be fine. So exactly, for like Schedule 1, you're going to see more like this, and these are games with very similar tags. I would imagine too that probably it determines this based on other games that people who play this are playing. So those are important to put in a document. Core pillars, alchemy, storytelling, open world. What if we want to add our combat as another pillar? I wonder if I just want to redo my pillars. Now that we have a better sense of what the game should be, this is the perfect time to do a full review of our game's pillars. That's what I would recommend to anybody in this stage. Do it myself. What's your D? You're in Lurk again? Oh boy. Thank you, sir. We'll do a full review. I'll just put it the section here. We know that we need to do it. Selling points probably needs a review as well. I like listing moods and emotions. I think moods and emotions to me, when you're talking about the core idea of a game, can help to provide a separate anchor point to that discussion where you can say, okay, well, these are our core pillars, right? These are what we hold most dear, but also we want to make sure that the things that we add do help to elicit these emotions or help to double down on these moods. Hey, Dr. Garo, Lepus. Morning, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna do a full review. This stuff can all remain the same. I don't really anticipate any of that changing. Well, I mean, the organization of those sections will remain the same. Core features and systems. NPCs, commissions, ingredients. I'd probably like to separate the player from core features and systems. Do I want to put the player before core features and systems? Part of me says yes, part of me says no. The part that says yes, like, well, it's less attached to core features and systems. I mean, this essentially encapsulates the 3 C's, right? Character, camera, controls. I think it's important to have just so the player or the reader knows immediately how to interact with the world. Then again, I could see an argument for the 3 C's being more important to have up in core game info. Well, at the very least, putting camera up there would be nice. We'll just put this down here. We'll worry about that later. Core features and system, let's put these in any order for now. So I'll just copy what we have here. NPCs, commissions, ingredients, alchemy system, X, call it alchemy. I almost might break this up. I might break this up into like separate sections for open world, alchemy, and then the storytelling. Like just break up different sections for the pillars, and then combat as the tentative fourth pillar. It sounds a bit better to me. Oh, I do have monsters and animals. That sounds better though. Farming system, fishing. Cyclopedia. Ice Creek. Yeah, see, this is all just there. It just exists here. This is not a good way to break it up. Not for our game. We have too many features and systems. I'd rather go with alchemy, open world. Alchemy. Do I do alchemy first? Alchemy first. Storytelling, NPCs, open world, combat. 4 separate main sections. Always like to do overview sections here. I'll probably do some goals as well. Can't go wrong with that. Storytelling NPCs. Sneeze. Oh shit. Never mind. Just kidding. We can definitely talk about like the alchemy minigame loop. Let's see. Mixing ingredients. Ingredient storage. Processing ingredients. God damn it, just sneeze if you're gonna do it. Fuck me. Guess not. Let's add another section down here for progression. That'll be important. That should also have an overview and goals section, so people know what I want to progress and why I don't want certain things to be part of progression, like bag sizes and shit like that. I'm trying to think here, and you know, we jump into alchemy, we start talking about ingredients and potions. I think that we haven't established in this order of events what the purpose of ingredients and potions are. You know, we can talk about use cases of potions in combat or potions in storytelling. We can talk about use cases or collecting ingredients in an open world or in alchemy. But we haven't really made this establishment yet of what they are. And I do feel that they should this should come first. Talk about ingredients, talk about potions, talk about alchemy. Once the player, or once the player, the reader, understands the basics, so this kind of all covers alchemy. But I want to keep ingredients and potions separate from alchemy. You know, I was thinking, okay, we have alchemy, why don't I just put a section in here for like ingredients, potions, and then the actual mini game of alchemy. But I think that I'd like to keep them separate just so it is just so the first time reader doesn't think, oh, ingredients and potions are part of alchemy and that's it. But rather they are separate items that can be used in alchemy, or, you know, are created from alchemy. But they also have connections to storytelling, to the open world, you know, like puzzles and shit, to the combat, to the progression. That these are kind of our key items that the player uses to interact with the world. They can make items, they can use these items, they can exchange them, things like that, right? Mixing ingredients. I'd like to put these above mixing. Instead, just call it Making potions. Brewing potions. Brewing. Now we can nest up to 5 times 4 sections. You know, we should try to use that a little bit sparingly, but we can nest to that 5th degree. So I'll try not to go too many layers deep like we did here. Although it won't always be possible. Sometimes it's better to split things up into different sections than to let it all brew. Kind of like here we have, you know, 1, 2, 3. Here we just have 1 and 2 for now. Okay, storytelling, NPCs. Commissions. I want to talk about commissions before I talk about the desired story structure. What do I even put in desired story structure? I put this. I think this is still relatively okay. It's not inaccurate. By the way, if you guys want some keys to the Steam Cauldron Chronicles playtest, you let me know. Let me know. Just say I want a key, and I'll give you a key. Outcome. Consistent wording for this will be more important than, like, whether or not the player sees them as adventures or NPCs. It doesn't really matter. What matters here in the GDD is consistency and understanding. Calling them NPCs will be a lot more understandable than using a term like adventure. It's fine to say commissions there. Main potion, secondary. Well, commissions as a whole will need to be rewritten based on the new system that we want to implement, which won't have any like main potion or secondary potion, so it's less of a less commissions. I call it in the documentation like problems, NPC problems. Maybe that is better to say. Like, I have this problem, and then you provide a potion to help solve that problem. The more complex we make the storytelling NPC section, I think the worse it's going to be. I don't think that in-game NPCs are necessarily complex in terms of understanding. You are a potion maker. You make potions. It does or doesn't solve the problem, and that may or may not be a good thing. I don't hate the storyline examples that we used here. But is this necessary? I may almost think that that's better to include in a separate document. It is nice. I think it does help show the variety. But it's not necessary to keep in the gameplay or the GDD trim. Indirect influence. Yeah, see, this would just be better to put in like the goals. Rather than having a separate section for that. Same with this. I think emphasizing that we really do have a considerable amount of what was I saying? I don't know, I just spaced out for like 10 seconds. Emphasizing that we have a lot of freedom in the system for the writers would be great. Okay. We like dialogue conditionals. Events. Like I mentioned before, the GDD should just be super high level. Complementary documentation later on can remain much lower level. while the GDD is a living document, I think it should remain focused and not all-encompassing. Meaning you shouldn't mix your high level and low level into the GDD. I think that's just kind of... You're just writing a book at that point. And I think that it's kind of unnecessary and waste time. A good GDD, in my opinion, should be more like a Wikipedia article. Pretty high level, maybe a little bit of low level where necessary. And then people can read, like, dedicated books on certain sections to go deeper. And that's your low level. Or investigate something specific that they read there, going low level. Storytelling. I feel like these should be two separate things. Talking about how our dialogue system works, you know, that it's more like JRPG inspired. You see immediate responses, so you can read it faster, and it isn't like a cinematic thing that, you know, takes a long time. It is more immersive that way, but it's also takes a lot more time and isn't very well suited for deeper RPG dialogue. I think I'll try to refer to NPC stories as like the all-encompassing container of all their encounters, and then problems are the container of problems that they have in each encounter, right? Which there may be zero, there may be multiple. You know, it could just be like a, hey, I was passing through the area, how are you doing? Oh, great, I'm doing well too. See ya. That kind of, you know, little encounter. Not all encounters need to have potion problems, but I think the most should, because that is the core of the game, is making potions for NPCs. I'm gonna load up the game. I just want to keep an eye. I just want to see if there's anything I'm missing, right? Because it's very easy just to miss a system that I implemented, or a system that we haven't implemented but we want to implement. We need to include everything here, right? I'm gonna just load it up and keep it in the background so I can kind of refresh my brain with our desires here. Spawning. Storytelling NPCs, overview, goals, NPCs. You know, we did talk about a... Well, this would be easier to do in the vertical slice because of how the world is created, but using data layers to spawn like random events or encounters. That's the one thing that I feel is actually quite missing from Cauldron Chronicles right now is random events. And we never actually got around to making them. Kind of sucks. Let me just add this down here. Okay. Random events and tasks. Factions, tasks. Those are two systems we don't have. Also, puzzles. That'll be part of the open world section. Books. And how, you know, like, discovery is handled. Which I think will be part of progression. Like, books are just, let's just say discovery in general. It's part of progression. And books are a part of discovery, which is a part of progression. Let me just put that down here. Discovery. Story interconnection. That's an important aspect because we want encounters to coexist with each other. Scoring. I probably should include a section that talks about scoring or NPC problems. The only problem is that with that system will have to come a bit of a new method of scoring. I guess not crazy new, only kind of new. What I would like, however, is that maybe we shouldn't do this in the vertical slice for like this first game, but it would be nice if it wasn't always potions that solved NPC problems, but maybe sometimes an ingredient or sometimes a different item. But I think that's muddying the waters way too much. I don't like that. It sounds cool on the surface, but beneath surface, it's really confusing as a player where like any item that you have could solve a problem for an NPC, and then it's just like, well, I don't know which one's gonna do it, and I can't, you know, there's no feedback on what's right or wrong, so it would just be frustrating. Skip that idea. Discovering problems is kind of part of dialogue rather than NPCs. You'll just put like investigation and discovery. Investigation. Kind of redundant. Okay, this generally looks pretty good on the surface for storytelling NPCs. Do I include a section on degradation just to say that we don't have ingredient degradation? Or would it just be better to have like a goals section for this too? As silly as it might look. I think having an overview and goal section for each individual is probably just the smarter move. Harvesting. I'll need seasons. Seasons and weather. Jesus Christ, we have so many features. We really do have a lot of stuff, don't we? Oh, I already have a section for that. Harvesting. I jinxed. Oh, I don't know. How much should I talk about seasons and weather here? How much should I talk about different ingredient? You know, little bits of depth, like having to use potions to collect some ingredients, or GDDs, man, give me a sec. Kinda cold in here. Like, how deep do we get? I mean, because if we start talking about ingredients before potions, there's a bit of a problem. I mean, I can always link to relevant articles, right? Don't bump the... Careful. I've always wanted to include, and this is kind of annoying to set up in Word, but there's like custom little sections you can do. Weird how you do it though. Yeah, you can do like smart art. These can be some nice ways to say, oh, you know, some ingredients might have to be collected using blah blah blah. I don't use these as much as I probably should. Even just a colored block with some text in it can be, I think, can be nice. We'll have to be smart about it. Hey Rex. Morning. Anyone want a Steam key to the Cauldron Chronicles playtest? Sorry, I bumped you guys. We get a key? You can get a key right now if you want. You want a key? I'll give you a key. Here's a key. There's nothing to install yet. Yeah, you can get one now. I can give you another one. Want another one? There's another one. Don't worry, don't try to like hog them all up, because I got plenty to go around. This is not just to, in full awareness, this is not the full game. This is just the play test. I just think it's an easier way to distribute the game than like Google Drive or something, so. And there's nothing to install yet. You can redeem it. We do not have it uploaded to Steam yet. That'll probably come either next week or the week after at the latest. But definitely this month, we should be uploading a build. The game will be pretty intensive, just to be fair. You're going to have quite a bit of VRAM. It's not the most optimized. But you can, like, I don't know, turn off some things that... You're going to play it, you're going to wonder why it's so performance heavy. It's just because the world was set up horribly. Kind of form about a review or experience we have? I don't have a form for that yet, but that would be a good idea to have. I 100% agree. I'm gonna add that one. Form for early review. We'll work on that. We'll get that out to you guys. We're very busy. We have to make a trailer too. We're meeting with Kotspur on Saturday to talk about our budget and teams and features. But if I can have at least a list of like just the bare bones GDD organization. Let's go down. There's nothing uploaded to Steam. Can I redeem on phone? Don't want to open Steam on the work computer? Don't tell my boss I'm on Twitch. I don't know if you can redeem keys on the mobile application. Are you aiming to release it regardless of investors? I mean, Like the prototype? Or what? I don't know if you can add keys on mobile. But just, if you can, just DM me. And I can send you one on Discord or something. The game itself? Well, I mean, the game would cost, you know, like $4 to $5 million to make, so... If we don't get money to make it, then... You know, it can't get made. Suppose that. I don't seem able to redeem keys on Steam right now. Steam, it is Thursday. It should be up. The keys are valid. I think. I didn't try it. You should be able to, maybe, I don't know if there's like something special that pops up for playtests or whatever, but you don't get window where you can enter key. Let me see if mine's bugged. I have it here. Get a waiting window. You could try it online. You could try on the website. I think you can redeem keys there. Your Steam is bugged. Just try restarting Steam or something. We don't have a section for dungeons either. Had the message of the game just add after redeem key, but I don't see the game anywhere? It might be that it's hidden for you guys, that it's not available yet. If you don't see Cauldron Chronicles playtest in your library, that is weird that that doesn't even show. Maybe I can fix that. It did say that it got added though, right? Like it said added Cauldron Chronicles playtest. I don't know how it looks for you guys because I have like developer accounts. So I think that they always show for me. Doesn't even show for you, okay. Says it got added, tried second key. You tried a second key. Okay, well don't try somebody else's key. Don't worry, I got plenty of keys to give out. But it should at least be added. It just might not show that it's visible yet. It's only for the playtest. We'll try to figure it out because there should be a private playtest, but I don't know if I need to have... the store page for that in order to see it. We'll check it out. We'll check it out at some point. We're not ready to upload it yet anyway, so I don't know. I have no idea. I know that Steamworks has information on playtest, and there's like a way to do a private playtest. A confidential playtest. Let us say to do it a different way. This is kind of what I want. Playtest status. Playable. I'll have to do this. I'll have to. It's something with this common configuration. Do playtest status, playable, store visibility, hidden, sign up type limited. But I probably do need a. I don't know. Because that's just for the store. Because we would still need a store page for it. I can give you guys friend invites. That'd be kind of cool. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out at some future point when we have a build actually ready to put up on Steam. But we don't have that yet. So all the limited thing says you need to add us. I don't know. You need to pay that fee. Yeah, it's $100. But I do have an official application. I just also have a playtest application. I wonder if it just lists you guys as waiting for access. I don't know. It might be that there's no build uploaded, so it just isn't going to show it to you. That's very possible too. Add players. Yeah, but I don't know. It says 3 participants with access. It's likely just that it's set to not playable yet, so you guys don't see it. Like, that's it. There should be 4 keys. One of them is not used. So try the other keys. One of them will work. There is nothing to install right now though, so you know, I don't know if there's a way to just get it to you guys to show in the library. Maybe I do need to make a page for it. I really hope not. I'll say there's a release checklist for playable. Maybe there's a different way to do this other than playtest. What if I can just contact them? I'll ask some people who have already released on Steam. Maybe there's a better way to do it than this, because I don't want to make a store page yet. I need so much bullshit for a store page. I don't want to worry about that. DRM, fuck that. Hmm. I'll worry about it later. It's really not important right now. GDD is more important. Right, okay. I really like the idea of having potions, again, listed separately. It's kind of annoying. I have so much interconnectivity between items and systems that I can't really talk about an item without talking about a system, and a system without talking about an item. How do I mention potions before I mention alchemy? And if I talk about alchemy, do I even need to mention potions? Potions don't have any logic apart from what they are, unlike ingredients, which do have the growth. You know, you could collect them, you process them, things like that. Potions just kind of exist. They are the end product. Doesn't work on a phone? I mean, no worries. I might have just gotten the wrong keys. It does state on the page that I probably should have done a release state override for the main application. I probably should have done one of these keys. The thing is, I don't know how these work. Like, I don't know how release date override games work? Or keys work? I mean, I can always revoke these keys. Like, before we go live, I can just revoke the keys that I used for this. You know, sorry. We'll do giveaways of the game if it comes out, of course, but I want to separate the keys that are used for beta purposes and the ones that are used for, well, not even beta test, it's pre-alpha test. I had thought that the playtest would work best for that, but it's kind of confusing. I'll figure it out. Maybe I do just need to make a page and just do a playtest. Or make a separate application for the demo. Which I think nowadays is considered a separate app ID. I don't know. I'll look it up. I think pushing the game on alternate platforms is a good idea, good call. It can be. It can be. I just thought that Steam would be the best because it has the most people. And most people already have a Steam account. And, you know how to download and use games from there. I mean, I can throw it up on itch too. We do have an itch.io page. Nothing on there yet, though. And I'm gonna be honest, in some cases I feel like Steam is seen as a little bit more professional than sharing an itch.io page, but it's just a feeling. That's not science. I don't have any proof of that. But I feel like if I give publishers a Steam key, some of them might see it a little bit differently than if I just link them to an itch.io page. Steal my money? What money? What money do I have? Or is it Epic first because of the PlayStation deal? Well, no, I mean like for like demos and such. Like if I share a link to a publisher, like, hey, here's a key on Steam for my game versus here's a link to my itch.io page where you can download the game. Again, I have no proof of this, but I feel like one of them is seen as a little bit more professional than the other. But I'd probably have to make at least a bare bones page for it, and I really don't want to do that. Just because of how early the game is being shown. I don't know. Game shows you're willing to pay $100 to show them the demo. You do have to do a lot of setup. I mean, I think there is some... Here's the standard practice for Steam games that are in like the same phase as us or even earlier. They will get really good looking assets and just mock everything up. They will take a screenshot of a nice looking environment, but there's no gameplay behind it. Do I, as a player, think that this looks better than if they were to see a game like mine in my state, even though it is gameplay? I think a lot of players would see it and say, well, one game looks a lot less finished than another, even though one of them is just mocked up screenshot and the other is actual footage of gameplay. That's why I don't go to Steam yet. I'd have to put asterisks. Like, hey, this is not even pre-alpha, this is pre-vertical slice. This is, everything you see is placeholder. I don't know if it's worth it. I could be wrong, I just don't know if it's worth it. It's so funny. What does GD stand for? Game Design Document. It's essentially all the high-level information about your game that you have. Yeah, they can get pretty long, and they will change. They are a living document. Well, this is what I'm going to print out and bring to me for meetings, or of course make it available on our website for free. Everything we show here is also available once it's done. What do you think of using a platform like Hack and Plan, even alone? Planning your game, even if you're alone, is a very good thing. And whether it's Hack and Plan, whether it's Trello, whether it's Jira, U-Track, whatever you use to manage and organize your game, good, as long as you do it. And I think that you should even do it alone. But definitely if you have even one other person helping you. Google Sheets work. I mean, in a lot of cases, you're probably going to use a lot of these in tandem. You know, I know in every company that I've worked in, there's always some combination of Word documents, spreadsheets, actual planning software, even if it's just like, you know, something free like Trello, random notes that are passed around, pictures and whatever. It's just, your goal is to make a game and to communicate it, and having something documented about that is more important than not having it. How you document it is going to be up to you and up to your team, but having something is better than having nothing. I can only say a GDD, even if it's simple, is a really crucial thing to have. It's everything that your game is going to be. think here. You know, we still haven't thought about actually the transition of seasons. I want the day-night cycle to be uninterrupted. And that just constantly flows. The player doesn't need to sleep. The transition days. The player doesn't need to sleep at all. Though I think that we could let them. But it's optional. But transitioning between seasons will be a necessary thing that the player will have to do. And if the player doesn't do it, you know, we can just kind of do it anyway. But yeah, we'd probably have to... Because here's the thing, if let's say you're in like a cave that is closed up during the winter time or something, and then that transition is supposed to happen, where we would close up that cave, but you're inside of it. I think the only reasonable thing to do is just teleport the player back to their hut, do the transition, and accept the fact that it's going to be... You know, we can warn the player, like, hey, you'll have to sleep tonight to transition to the next season. It can be in like an immersive way, but we'll have to do it either way. It won't be the most glorious. But sometimes functionality is more important than how it looks. It's not really epilogue, it's more like the game's end. Well, it is, I don't know, it's... The common term is to see it as epilogue. The hut's general design, I think, is relevant and not fitting in any of these sections individually. Corruption should probably be its own separate section as a whole, to be fair. Well, rituals. Which rituals likely need their own thing too. There's not really anything in here about the design of the biomes. Behaviors. Interaction with seasons, weather, types. Sorry I'm being quiet. Just a lot of thinking. It's gonna be boring stream content for a lot of you. Like, I'm sorry. It's gotta be done. No worries. I appreciate it. Let's vibe out to the music, I guess. That's what we're doing. You know, your GDD doesn't need to be perfect. If a reader walks away with mostly understanding the game, and then they have like some questions to clarify, you know, that's good enough. You're never gonna write any design document that is 100% clear. And we will inevitably add more sections as we actually start to write this up. But having the basic flow is a good start. What did I do for the schedule down here? I didn't even fill it in. Classic. Your book policy is good. A lot of benefits. Oh yeah, it's slime assistant. I'd still like to implement this slime assistant. But yeah, maybe the alchemist hut should be a separate section. It's an A. Okay. Okay. Alchemist Hut. Where can we put that? I still feel like something is just missing before we jump into talking about ingredients. I mean, we have already gone over the gameplay summary and the gameplay loop, but there's no introduction into it. We can reiterate deeper on this knowledge later, but at least I'd like to talk about the base premise and some of the basic lore. I feel like this should have just come first. I mean, I guess a reiteration after all this technical babble is probably a pretty good thing, to be fair. Russian still needs finishing. Alchemist Hut. I mean, kind of talk about where the player is. located? Puzzles can be put into the open world. Do I have? No. Buster D, what we're doing today? GDD. And you know what we're doing tomorrow? GDD. And probably Monday and Tuesday? GDD. Lots of writing and organization. Or would the task system is, it's so tertiary. Not part of the open world. It's not really part of storytelling. It's more just an additional activity. I guess we could list it as an activity. I mean, but does that feel like I'm relegating it not only to to the same, in the same like tier and thinking that you would have fishing and farming, but it kind of is that. I don't know. Tasks are not so big that they necessarily need their own section. We'll throw it down here. think that'll be better worded that way. Actions and tasks, puzzles. God, this game is so much shit. I'm only frustrated because I have to write about all that shit. Not because we actually have that shit. Russian overview, goals, encyclopedia, discovery, knowledge books. We kind of intend to have like a whole knowledge system. I have to debug an impossible to reproduce issue at work today. Oh, fun. That was the best earned day. We don't even talk about seeds. Oh, fuck. Hate writing docs. I kind of like writing the docs. It's just I also... If I was just a full-time game designer, no problem. But when I have to be, like... I also have to implement features. I have to do the pitches. I have to prepare all the materials. I have to think about the company and then hiring people. Ugh. Too much. Overload. Plus, this is by far the most complex game that I've ever worked on. Like, by far. So... yeah, this is gonna be a new one for me. And this isn't even like low level information. Although I think that we've done so much prototyping that I think after this the low level will be not as difficult to communicate. There's a lot of high level. There's a lot of systems in the game. Okay. There's a lot of bloat to this too, just because I put overview and goals, but I guess I could combine all that. You know what, I'm just gonna do it. Usually I like to separate them, but I can find a better way to separate them. Here. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Just bend me over. Take my engageity away. I kind of want to talk about the open world with progression. We can put that in overview and goals. Fine. AI can make all this for you. It's not going to be very good quality. From all my testing, AI is at best a junior game designer. Which sucks for junior game designers. But it's not very good. It's had everything with progression. Encyclopedia, the knowledge system, alchemist, hut, reputation. I mean, we do have other forms of I don't know how I feel about that. We don't really have these like overarching systems of progression. You know, we don't have like levels or perks or XP, things that are really easy to understand. Like, oh, as you make potions, you gain XP. As you gain XP, you gain perk points. As you gain perk points, you can spend those perk points. That's so easy to understand. And I also think that it does not fit in our game. I think that progression in a vocation is a lot more meta. Where as you start to understand how to do something, you naturally gain skill. You know, we use that in like real life, right? The combination of experience, trial and error, learning efficient ways to do things. Some systems do tie that knowledge to dopamine drops of like XP and levels. Hey, Crow Crusader. Proficiency, increased rate chance of completion. People need to see number go up, otherwise what's the point? I just don't think it fits with alchemy, you know? It's like, if I play a game, I don't know, like, Schedule 1. And I gain levels by, you know, selling, by dealing, then I unlock new things. That makes sense, because there are new things to unlock. There's not really new things to unlock from something like that in Cauldron Chronicles. And we have a different system of progression, which is the NPCs, which can then unlock things. We talked about this, I think, a few weeks ago. No, actually, I'm sorry. I talked about this with a designer friend of mine. Not with you guys. Well, either way, she and we talked about progression, and I was asking, how I felt. I told her how I felt about it, and she listened, and then, we went back and forth about these easy forms of progression, like levels and XP, and why I don't like them. They just rub me the wrong way in this type of game. And I think we both came down to the fact that just it really is the NPCs and the discovery in the open world that are the main forms of progression for the player. You start the game, you don't know any ingredient effects. As you discover those, you become a better alchemist. That is your progression. As you can make better potions, as you can learn which ingredients are available during which seasons, that is your progression, that is your knowledge. You're obtaining that, you're leveling up. It's just without this fake system of showing you a bunch of points for obtaining that. And I think doing that just so that it's faked is kind of lame. You see through the veil. It's gamified progression, but it doesn't really speak to how well you are able to make potions. The game just doesn't use the traditional progression system. That's how I feel. You need to do prepping of the ingredients in the game? Yeah. Yeah, you can process the ingredients. I don't know. It's hard to explain Dramux, it's so easy if I could just tell a publisher, yeah, we have, as you make potions and collect ingredients, you get XP, and then you gain levels, and then you can spend those levels on little perks to like boost this, and this. It's so much easier to be able to just say that every single publisher in the world will understand, as opposed to saying, well, if you help this NPC, you can, obtain this upgrade to your hut, but if you don't help that, then maybe you never obtain that. But also, you start the game, you don't know anything about alchemy or any ingredient knowledge, so you have to obtain that. It's weird. Like good progression system, but it has to make sense. For my POV, CC doesn't seem to need traditional number go up progression. Yeah, that's how I felt. Yeah, that's how I feel too. It's gonna be really annoying to explain this to publishers, but I hope that it's risky. It is risky. It isn't done as often. But I think that's also what kind of makes it special. Progression is more in terms of interactions available with NPCs. As for alchemy, when you discover an ingredient to make something once, that's it. Yeah. I mean, let's say you discover everything on like a toadstool mushroom. It doesn't mean that the toadstool mushroom is not useful anymore. Of course it is. It's just that now you know what it can be used with. And when you mix in other ingredients that maybe you don't know everything about, you can anticipate, well, at least the toadstool doesn't have any negative effects. So it's safe to mix with this other thing that I only know one of the effects for, like restore health, but there's 3 other unknown effects that at least I'm not going to get a negative outcome from this. So it's, you know, you kind of know, and it's like, okay, well, I need to make a restore health potion. Well, I know that toadstool has it. This is now my knowledge. This is my progression. I'm becoming a better alchemist because I know this thing. I know where toadstools are found. It's springtime, you know, or let's just say, yeah, it's springtime, so they're outside. I'm going to go look for them. I know where to find them. I know what's on them. I have progressed. It just was in a way that wasn't dictated by number go up. Yeah, it's tied to the discovery catalog, yeah. Discover an ingredient, what it does, that's progress. Numbers wouldn't make sense. Make 10,000 toad shit potions be able to do X. Yeah, it's just... It rubs me the wrong way. Even unlocking cauldron sizes through discovery right now feels kind of lame. It's easy to cut out later, though. I'd rather you obtain larger cauldrons by, you know, maybe like helping the alchemists faction by like doing tasks for them. And then, you know, they send you like a little gift for a different, I don't know. MMO, the only sense this traditional progression has is easy. It's time gating. Make people game back to back. Play the games and get money. Yeah. I kind of feel that way with other games too. Like even Schedule 1 has that. Because it's like you unlock everything within the first half of the levels. But you can still level up to obtain new regions. But those levels just don't have any unlocks. So it's basically just I'm doing the same thing day after day. Nothing different. Once you optimize a place, there's not really anything to do other than just keep micromanaging it. And then you unlock another rank, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not dissing the game. I'm not dissing the game. The game is in early access, right? There's still a lot more that it can do or change, but that's how it would feel to me, especially with like automation. You know, people have wanted, hey, can we automate potion making? Well, I don't like that. That's one of our key mini games. Why would I take your ability to do the alchemy in Cauldron Chronicles away from you? You know, I think that's... the game would not be the same after we added that. But by, you know, on the flip side of that, I need to make sure that alchemy is not so annoying and grindy like potion craft that the core aspect of the game now becomes unfun and repetitive. It should, you know, it is a bit repetitive to make potions, but it should, I can counterbalance that by just not making it a large percentage of the gameplay. You know, maybe like 10-15% of the gameplay is making potions. Probably not even that at this point. You know, now you have so much more to do. It's just potions are your tools. Myself a really great modular stat progression system that can handle so much things, but now I need to think how I will use it properly. Designing things is so easy. Especially when it comes to formulas, just need to find a good balance. Yeah. Every game is repetitive. Well, yeah. If a gameplay loop is not boring, then people don't call it the grind. If the gameplay loop becomes too repetitive and boring, people call it grindy. But every game is a loop, right? Hey, Verlog. It's Mr. Microraptor himself, in the flesh. It's gonna be beautiful here in Poland. on Sunday. 20 degrees Celsius. 22 degrees Celsius on Monday. Wow. That'll be nice. It's gonna warm up. In freedom units, that is... How many freedom units is that? 68 and 71. What state am I at? In Poland? Like what, the void ship? Milestone plan. Oh, I am American. I'm living in Poland, but I'm from Wisconsin. And now in Poland, I'm living in Katowice. Although I was in Kraków for like 5 years. Cool city, beautiful city, expensive city, a lot of tourists. Watch you to Poland, ladies. Eastern European women. Well, one woman in particular, but you know, it's like a menu. You know, once you get married, you've chosen your favorite restaurant. You can't eat anywhere else, but you can read the menu, right? Good analogy. I will admit that I took that from somebody else. But it does work. I can read the menu, but I can't eat out. You read the menu in Poland? I can read the menu in Poland. You tried porn in virtual reality? I've never tried it. I don't have a VR headset. I think if I were to try that, though, I would make it fair. Like, hey, I'm gonna play this, and then I'll set you up with some, like, hot dudes, and I'll let my wife play, too. Why is Eastern European women are the best? They're very pretty. It's the closest to cheating. Yeah, why do I need VR porn when I have a wife? Well, it's because once you have a wife, you get less sex, right? That's how it is. I don't know what the milestone plan should look like yet, so I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna put that there. I'm not gonna do anything with it. I'm gonna move these up here. Make sure publishers have to get through that first before they can read the rest of the game. Okay, corruption. The one thing we haven't prototyped very much. Microtransactions and loot boxes. Now, thankfully, those two sections of microtransactions and NFTs and all that shit, I don't have to change anything about those. Thankfully, those two sections are already written, and they won't receive any changes. those two at the top, so when they read it, they can be like, ah, okay. I did move them up. I moved them up into the main core game info. So if they can't get through that without pooping their pants, then they don't deserve to read the rest of the game idea. Fuck them. It's one of them passionate types. Skeeter, get your shotgun. We got one of them passionate boys around here. Why do we have impact on world flora and fauna as three separate things? I think we should talk about stages first. Like, I do like the general idea of, like, stages that we had. Plants will sometimes be corrupted, having different effects and flavors. Animals, monsters will sometimes be corrupted, having different characteristics, behavior, and loot. Nighttime phenomena are rare. Dungeons become corrupted at stage 3. The fuck did I write here? Consider instead a system of effects and modifiers whereby ingredients can have a mix of any and you combine them to fine-tune a potion in an alchemy. More similar to Morrowind, Oblivion spellmaking, or Ars Magicus 2. What the fuck did I even mean by this? Oh, I guess rituals, some of the ideas with the rituals will kind of solve that. Not gonna worry about that. What about NFTs for your game as a way to allow player base to make money? Because my artists have to make 1,000 different weapons, armors, etc. I mean, you can just buy packs of icons for super cheap. But if you're looking for like 3D models, then either you're gonna have to make them yourself, download some, buy some, or you know, get actual funding for your game. You get the Demonomicron in the game to invoke them demons. There could be some cool rituals like that where you like spawn things. I'm open for it. Rituals are a very scalable way to add more depth to the game. Definitely something that we can just kind of endlessly add on to if we want to go down that route. Really just need to expand on combat. Create a crafting system where players shape their own gear. I'd go with something modular then. Like make a modular crafting system. Like I don't know what kind of game yours, but let's say it's swords and shields, right? You know, let them choose a as separate items. You know, the handle, the hilt, and then you know the blade, of course, right? And these are all separate items. I don't think you need to do anything with NFTs then. The moment you mention NFTs, you're going to turn off a majority of players from your game. Funny I have that crafting system. It works. It's simple, it's understandable. Why reinvent the wheel if the wheel is good enough? And the idea of a modular system like this is a perfectly working wheel. With a curved blade, the weapon will be a scimitar-like with slashing damage type. What game had something like that? Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade had that. That's pretty cool. Though Mountain Blade is just... It's not really a game that's about that specifically, so while it was cool to craft your own things, it's pretty easy to make money. You can just get the best gear. You can just buy it. But it is cool that it has it. And I think in other games where that was more the central focus, that'd be cool to have. Or certain types of stats. You know, it can also influence, like the weight can influence the attack speed, or the move set, right? Like a rapier, maybe it's gonna have a different move set for attacking than like an axe. There's lots of fun things you can do with it. It really is. Borderlands, but fantasy, right? Okay, I gotta write up everything about combat. And just stay away from weight systems. That's fine. Some games it works, some games it doesn't. I was just saying that if you have like attack speed as a stat, you know, the materials you make, what you make it with, so maybe you make the blade out of like a lighter, more durable ore, then it's gonna attack faster versus a, or let's say like a lighter but more brittle versus a heavier but more durable, things like that. Dragon Age Inquisition had a pretty cool system like that. Yeah, like Iron versus Mithril. Just put a section in here like, will there be swords and bows? No. Shut up. Shut. Like disproportionate two-handed weapons because you're an anime fan. And pretty big two-handed weapons in anime. I do still like the idea of the player being able to learn like 1 or 2 spells from NPCs. But only from NPCs, and it's like, it's never hinted at. You will never see a bar of essence, mana, until you help those NPCs and they give it to you, and then it's like, oh shit. I thought this game was just about potions. Dick enlargement spells. Oh, fuck me. One of the things I used to do when writing some documents that I really didn't want to write, or that were kind of annoying to write, is I would write one section or two if it was like, you know, two smaller sections, and then I would like run a map in PoE really quickly, and then I would go back and write one or two more sections and then run a map in PoE. It's a way to like break up the monotony. I hate being stuck in documents for too long. Frown upon using it, but have you thought just used it to get your ideas straight? No, it's very good for condensing notes. Like I take notes in a very chaotic way. I just kind of write down ideas as they come, and then I just tell ChatGPT to condense and organize them. Like it's not doing any thinking for me. It's just fixing my chaos, and I could do it myself, but it would, you know, take some time. So yeah, I've definitely used it for that. You can just tell it like, hey, don't add anything new, just condense and organize what I've already written. I think there was just a couple good examples. Stuff like this, you know, I can tell it to organize, or some open world thoughts. Thought of using Obsidian. Yeah, Obsidian's pretty cool. Whatever works well for your team. Although I use slightly different things for team than I do for publishers. Like GDD, I don't know if I would ever write that in some things. And I like making it easy to print, and you know, the nice thing about Word documents is that they're very easy to print. Very, very easy. And having different section like numbering and page numbers to reference is really great. Okay, hey, can we talk about something on page 42, section 2.17.1? It's like really easy to flip to it and find it. No, I mean, you can do that in Obsidian, you can export PDF, but that's better for like, I think teams, or for smaller documents where I want to be more like low level and just get the information out, as opposed to something that is a little bit more printable. And I haven't really seen anything do it as well as Word does, especially with section numbering. Because this is automatically handled by a custom list. Very annoying to set up, but very nice. And that will change everything below it, of course. Combat really doesn't need a whole separate Well, combat will have its own document, right? Written by a designer, so we just want to keep it high level here. I could get very low level about combat, but we're gonna let that be done in separate documents. I'm still kind of old school. I bring my GDD printed out to, well, the nice thing is I bring the printed out version of the GDD because it's way more reliable than a screen. And honestly, looking at like a tiny screen, it just does not work as well as looking at a piece of paper with somebody. Much easier to point at things or to circle something out, you know, on a piece of paper that you can just kind of give away or discard if you need it. But also they will like to print out certain documents for like marketing teams and have them in like meeting rooms. Sometimes it's easier to print out a few copies of a paper than it is to prepare a whole presentation. Do all with AI. I was seriously gonna show you, and it has really fast way to do all that boring documentation. The problem is that AI, from what I've seen, at least in the professional sphere, cannot replicate game design documents very well, especially higher level stuff, or actually even especially lower level things. It's never, it's not going to replace designers at the moment because it just cannot do low level design very well, and it can't remember what it's already made. I would use it for like condensing things that I've already written, but it cannot think, it cannot really be creative. At best, it is a brainstorming and organization tool. A potato in pants. How you doing, man? Million context. Well, I mean, context is one thing, but how it obtains information is another. It really just does not do a very good job of thinking outside the box. And at the point where you might be able to prompt it to think outside the box, you've probably already thought outside the box for it to know what to prompt it with, and you might have just, you'd be better just writing up the design yourself. You got recommended, so now you're obligated to tell me what you do, or I do, the stabbies. Where did I get recommended? Who recommended me? What a foolish premise. But I can show you the game really quick. We're writing up the GDD right now, or I'm actually rewriting the GDD to start pitching the game again. Main page in live challenge. Am I like, oh well, you must either be a game developer or it must be. You must watch a lot of other software and game dev channels. Because I don't really, that's mostly what I do. That's pretty cool though. I'm a potato, I believe that was obvious, but yes, okay. We're working on an open world alchemy RPG game where the potions that you make can change the fates of the adventurers that visit your hut. And we've made a prototype, as you can see here, and we're going to pitch this to publishers to try and receive funding and build a team. But in order to do that, I have to take this old document that is, you know, only partly finished and rewrite it from scratch pretty much. Some things will remain the same, but this was written last year and we still had a lot of features and things missing, so. Now I'm preparing the new organization or start of the organization for the new document. Visual mechanics are great. Well, I hope the mechanics are good. The money will help pay for better visuals. You're familiar. Uh-oh. Where from? I feel like there was an old game where you slingshot a guy into buildings or whatever. Played that when I found you once. An old game where you slingshot a guy into buildings. Pain? From the PS3? I did play that. We did a little bit of preliminary design analysis on that game. But I had to emulate it because it was crashing all the time. And I couldn't hook up the PS3 to my capture card because it has HDCP and I couldn't strip the HD. It was horrible. It was horrible, but we did end up playing it a bit on the emulator. And it worked pretty well. Goal seed collecting. Actually, I have some sections in here about farming. Where are they at? Do I? You kind of now that you mentioned pain, you do sound familiar. I think you were. I do remember you being there. But you had a first-time chat, so maybe you were just lurking. I don't know. Oh, here's the farming system. Planting locations, watering, fertilizing, harvesting. Okay. We can do kind of similar stuff here. Do we have an effects list? Stick around anyway. Well, thank you, Potato and Pans. Yeah, this game is a bit further along than the one that we were intending to work on, but the people that were supposed to be working on that smaller project with me didn't end up doing that. So I just went back to the main project, and definitely further along. What are you gonna do? I work solo. Well, I don't want to work solo, but it usually ends up being that, or thankfully I have Cuthbert, my friend, around now, and you know he's been helping out, but he has another full-time job, so I don't want to, you know, put too much work on him. He'll get burnt out then. I don't want to do that. I don't want to burn my friend out. Rod and reel fishing spots versus trapping spots. What's wrong with the way you blew? Hey, Nixie. UE, does that mean you code and you suffer even code in C++? I don't. I mostly code in blueprints. But once we enter production, it'll be mostly C++ and some blueprints. But I mainly do blueprints and stuff. Stuff like this. Codes and spaghetti. Hey, my spaghetti works. And doesn't really have any bugs. In fact, the biggest bug in my game right now is that over here in the desert, beach balls will float. And you know what? That isn't even my spaghetti. That's Fluid Flux's spaghetti. Never understand anything if it was C++. The API is a bit of a learning curve. I don't even use UE and I know about Fluid Flux. We don't talk about Fluid Flux. Bait and knowledge fishing spots. What's up about how like that will change based on biome and season? Tasks, farming, fishing. Are there any other tasks that we have, or activities that we have that I didn't really mention? We talk about puzzles. Some of the goals with the world design would be nice. So I think we kind of have that with overview and goals of the open world design. Did you get to UE? Did you learn it in a boot camp, school by yourself, or just learn coding in general? I dropped out of high school, and I just learned Unreal mostly on my own. Since 4.0. One of the companies I worked in where we were working on an Unreal game, they didn't let me really do anything in Unreal because they were kind of idiots. The management. So I couldn't really... I felt like I was being underutilized. I was like, guys, I know how to do shit in the engine. What are we doing? We have the dungeon. Is there anything we're missing? I want to put that in the GDD. High school dropouts unite. Fuck high school. I don't know. Looks good. I appreciate that. I wish it ran better, but that's actually my fault. Although I know players will blame that on Unreal, but honestly, if there's any performance issues in my demo, it's actually just because of me. Good thing is, it doesn't matter. It's meant for publishers anyway, not for players, so... Hey, Kappa. I was expelled. Okay. That is long, though. That is long. We had some other ideas too. This is pretty old. Potion planning mode. I'm gonna go through all these and just see if there's anything that I want to include in the GDD. I'm gonna associate me with that meme. You had the name first. There's no way you had Cap before Cap existed. Account created 2009. Okay, I take it back. I take it back. We have the slime. Slime wears different things based on season. I do like that. And might have preferable spots in the hut to spend time in. That is good. Hey, T-Lobe. Alchemist Monthly newsletter magazine that you can sign up via an NPC provides funny stuff as well as practical knowledge hints. Dungeon X claims new victims. I do like this. I think we should include that in the GDD. I'll mark it. Reading's going bad over time. No, fuck that. Teleportation system that's a mix of craftable or discoverable waypoints and craftable single. Okay, yeah, we do want it to be a potion. There will be teleportation. Newsletter also provides discount coupons. So you have to cut them out. A little coupon cutting minigame. I hate that I love that idea. Ooh, crafting potions on the go. That is something. There will be a drying process. There is a drying processing station. So don't worry, we do have that. I think Landon Kappa's my tag back in like 2005, named it after the soccer sports clothing brand. Thought their logo was cool. And now everybody's just gonna think of you as Kappa, the emote. We had a golden Kappa train, or golden hype train a few weeks ago. It's pretty cool. Pacifist alternate options to deal with enemies. We have that in potion combat. But maybe we could add something to potion combat to discuss different ways of, well, it can be put in like overview and goals. Switching from ingredient view to new station. Okay, it's a random bug in here. Hey, SMBNS. Are these all your own notes or feedback from playtesting? These are my own notes. This is just my, I don't know, weird document that I put a whole bunch of ideas into. And I guess some bugs that aren't relevant anymore. But this is gonna be the new GDD organization. Hey, Hero. I made your level, by the way, dude. It should be on the main. I called it scale level. Recommend any courses, vids, docs, resources, sacrificial goods to learn how to make stuff. The general, hey, so think like this if you do game dev. Web dev learning game dev for a hobby, but sometimes I get a stroke or two, like when I learned about state machines for the very first time, or game managers. No matter what you try to make first, you're probably not going to make that first. Just because you won't know really how to do things, and you'll have to like slowly learn them. I think that getting caught in like course or tutorial hell is kind of dangerous, because you could just be jumping into the engine and trying to learn stuff. The best tutorials are the ones that I think just kind of teach you the basics of like how to communicate between like blueprints. Because if you know coding, which you said, you do web dev, right? you kind of understand the logic of it already. You know, at the very least, just like jump into blueprints and figure out how to make something, you know, spin. Or how to make like a coin that you walk into and collect it. We do have a tutorial up on our YouTube channel. That's a good one too. Myths of best practices in Unreal. The best practice is the practice that gets your game made. Simple as that. We made a little tutorial here that just shows you how to like walk into coins and collect them. And you have like a score that you can earn. 18, 23. Simple. You know, this works, I think, pretty well as a starter tutorial. Different coins have different values. And then we can tie that up to colors. Like we have here, so now we can just assign a value to the coin and it automatically changes the color. That's pretty nice. Little mechanics like this, like knowing how to just do this will teach you enough of how to interact between blueprints, how to have winning states, how to connect this with widgets, and then we worked on a couple of other smaller things like an interaction, stuff like that. Every time I had a new project, I say, okay, that project will do it very well documented. I won't be lazy after a few days. Hello, Dark Little Friend. Don't try to do things perfectly if you're prototyping a game. You're not going to succeed, and you're just going to end up with constantly rewriting old mechanics until you inevitably quit because you've realized that you've spent like a year working on one system. Just do things dirty, learn how to make them, learn what you need to do, and then rewrite it from scratch and do it the right way. I have a little list of mechanics from other games that I want to recreate. Dude, same. Really good to learn. Link it? You want the tutorial? I'll grab it. Is Unreal free to use up to some level? It is free. It is 100% free to use. The only time that you owe money is after the first million, and that's per game. So if you don't plan to make over $1 million from your game, you never owe Epic anything. I think that link works. Yeah. I mean, $1 million I wouldn't mind paying anything. How does Epic know how much money you made? I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know if you're obligated to report it. I mean, you signed a EULA, so maybe they just investigate. They're like, this person probably made over $1 million. They're not paying us. What you're working on right now is an inventory system with item attributes like max stack size, how to handle merging, subtraction, 5 coins in 2 stacks. Oh boy. Yeah. That does sound pretty overwhelming because an inventory system is overwhelming. That might be a little bit too much. Dumbass went, oh hey, make an inventory system first. That's fun. I mean, unless you're making a game where the inventory is the game, I wouldn't make an inventory system first. I'd make the base game mechanics. Make the things that are most important to the game right away. And an inventory in most games is not the most important thing. You can cheat that. You can hack that in as you go. Spawn something if you needed to. Squirrels that bury nuts they find on the ground and you can follow them and dig them up. That's a good idea. Not really going to be in the JDD though. Moonlight as a light requirement. Actually, I do like that. What if there is a check on ultra dynamic sky to see if the moon is visible? I'm curious about that. There really is moon visible. There'd be a way to hack it though. How do you feel about using AI to create art assets for prototyping faster? Do anything that you can to prototype faster. Anything that you can. Just know that if you plan to show that prototype to a publisher and you use AI assets, they're going to seriously question whether or not you actually know how to make the game. The more AI you use, the more it shows that you don't know how to make the game. You'd be better off in some cases just using white boxes or gray boxes. Yeah, the player base will look at, but I mean, using it for prototyping is fine because that's not meant for the player. And the faster that you can make a prototype and determine if your game is good or if there are things that you should do differently, the better. You know, if you use AI to solve a solution that you'll need to solve in a real way later on, you haven't really done anything. You haven't really proven anything. You haven't checked if that thing is possible to make with your current technical knowledge or how much it might take to make it. You've just cheated the steps. And at best, you can use that to test whether or not something is fun, but not how much time or effort it's going to take to make, or whether or not you need to buy a system or hire somebody to make a system for you or something like that. Grumpy old wizard NPC who constantly changes the weather to be clear. I still love that idea. Doesn't need to be in the GDD, but I do like it. He always seems to come when it's raining. He's like, oh, fucking rain. Changes to be clear. Many free resources to use. There are many free resources, by the way. Speaking of yesterday, new free resources. A cave, a carpenter's workshop, and an assassin. 100% free. And you get to keep them, and you never need to owe credit or money to the creator for these, so keep that in mind. Like a carpenter assassin. Yeah, the carpentry workshop, I was like, what would I use this for? Like, it looks nice. It looks really pretty, you know? It's got some great textures. When would I use this? It does look nice though. Just wait, give Playway like 2 months. There will be a carpentry simulator shitty game on Steam, a trailer for it. Isn't the game dev basics? Everything is just cheating. There's a difference between cheating to achieve a visual result and cheating in order to skip development time. One of them is, you know, it doesn't really have any side effects. The other one can have bad side effects, especially when publishers will look at it. You know, if you show like AI art to a publisher, all it shows to them is that you can't make that. And that's not itself a bad thing, but the more you do that, you might just be like bringing basically an AI pitch to them. Oh, I had AI generate the idea for my game and the concept art, and here are some models that I had AI generate. It's like, well, if we gave you money, what could you actually do? What is your role in making this game, right? Let's go through 500 dead links before finally getting to the free month stuff. On Fab, there's just the limited time free featured content. And it's always one of these on the right up here. I will just link it to you. If I have money, what could I do? Hold my beer. Loads up ChatGPT. AI is a tool, but it's a very dangerous tool. Give me enough money to pay an artist to do the same result as AI? It's a great point of view. You ask us that question. But it doesn't show that you can judge that art. And why would they pay you when they could just pay the artist? Right? Like, why would they have to pay for 2 people if you aren't actually doing anything for the game? Because the artist can just generate ideas for a game. Ideas are worth nothing. Places in the open world locked behind commissions, such as a rock slide having to be moved by the villagers using some strength potions or whatever. Yeah, this is a very good idea. I mean, and this shows you, by the way, after a certain point, I started to put the people in chat who gave me these ideas. Anybody can have ideas. They don't have to be game developers. Anybody can. I implement in game the artist asset. So are you a level designer or a level artist? Bleacha, how's this going? It's going well. I'm just filtering through some ideas to see if there's anything I'm missing in the GDD. Lightning in a bottle. I do like the idea of it, like some mountaintop having exclusive ingredients, but again, that doesn't need to be in GDD. Minecraft movie, I mean music. Yeah, chicken jockey. Yeah, most rich people do hire a bunch of intelligent people to create my idea. So then what's your role, though? I mean, if you're rich, fine. You can be like a, you know, the investor, the funder. Game dev, focusing on implementing things. Well, then why would a publisher give you money if you don't really have anything specific to do or a like solid plan? And they see, let me just put this in clear perspective. They will see hundreds of pitches every year, and in some cases, hundreds of pitches on a publisher scale every quarter. They will see a lot of AI generated shit. They're going to pick the best of the best. So why would they pick an AI generated pitch over one that actually has gameplay and a solid business plan behind it, right? The more AI you use, the less it looks like you actually know how to make the game. And that doesn't mean that you can't make the game, but that's the perception that it gives. And you haven't even tested any of it. You've just generated some AI art. You've thrown it up. I mean, Kickstarter is full of this. We've done thousands of Kickstarter game reviews. I promise I can find AI generated shit within a matter of seconds here. Project FPS. Oh boy. It's just there's nothing here to it. Why would anybody give any money to this? You haven't made anything. I feel like the game has the potential to make the project return on investment. Well, the more you make of the game, the more you prove that there's going to be return on investment. Making AI art, there's no proof of ROI on that. Why does this look like AI art? To be fair, AI art is getting better. It's a little bit harder to see some of this stuff, but yeah, it's probably AI art. Or they just commissioned somebody to make them a background. That's not as bad as full AI art. What is it? Terrorism FPS? It's called Paris. Oh yeah, look at this. Here's AI art. Ah, lovely. They just want a measly 30,000 euros. There it is. There it is. Here's your ChatGPT generated game idea with AI generated art. Now give me $30,000. And I promise you, players are way more gullible than publishers. They really are. It may not seem like that, but it's much easier to convince players to give you money for your dumb idea than it is to convince publishers. And if you can't even convince players to give you more than $100, it ain't gonna happen with publishers. Oh boy. I'm telling you, every time, this is kind of why I stopped doing Kickstarter reviews, is just because it was so draining. Oh, here's more. You think he made that background? Nope. That's AI generated. This guy won $60,000. Step onto the battlefield and command. Yep, this is ChatGPT written. I'm nearly 100% sure. The check mark, everything just screams ChatGPT written for me. I hate it. Oh. There it is. You're not gonna make 60,000 though. I mean, you're never gonna get that money. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time, and it's useless. Oops. Careful what you click on sometimes. What's the difference between using free fab assets or free AI art? Just to skin a dragon or a gun. The thing I can't do myself. I'll put it the same way that I've... This is AI generated too. I'll put it the same way that I've mentioned it in other ways. Using AI or using fab assets is not itself a bad thing. But every time you use an asset in a final version of the game that you haven't made yourself, this is AI art too, it indicates a red flag that, okay, they can't create the art. Does that also mean that they can't optimize the art that they've downloaded? Now you have tons of different textures in your scene. Now your VRAM usage is going to spike. That's one of the problems with our prototype, but it's a prototype, so it's not meant to be optimized. Now you have tons of different master materials. Now your master material calculation is going through the roof. It just keeps compounding upon itself. And using AI, or using fab assets is one thing. Using fab gameplay systems is arguably even worse, because now you have a bunch of systems that were never meant to communicate with each other, were never meant to work with each other. And I see so many games that are just, they're like AI generated background. They might have some gameplay, but it's just a bunch of free fab assets and free systems that they bought. They spent, $300 on the open world survival. What's it called? Survival RPG? Oops, I typed it in wrong. You guys know the one. This one. They bought this for a few $100s. And then they just download like another world, like let's just say like the cyberpunk city or something, right? At most they'll spend like a few $1,000s. They'll buy shit like this that looks great and is so easy to convince players that it's their own creation. They'll shove in this survival RPG and say, hey, I'm making a cyberpunk survival RPG. Look at my demo world that I totally created myself and didn't at all buy, and all of my cool systems that I made myself and totally didn't buy. It's not your game. I actually removed typing from a few variables and methods. Read about it, committed it, and my PR commented, hey, I know we're tired, but you just committed a war crime. Nice. Here's the thing though, if you, I get what you're saying, Jinx, but if you pitch this to a publisher, they've likely seen this before, or they will have people who investigate whether or not you created it. Because it isn't just, here I can mix some things together and it makes a game. They want to prove that you actually know how to make the game and how long it's going to take. You can show them the greatest game idea. If you do not have a milestone plan that looks sensible, and if you cannot actually commit to that milestone plan, at best you're going to have to pay back all the investment that they've made so far, because at some point you will fail to deliver on a milestone plan. Even if you get ChatGPT to make you a milestone plan, it doesn't mean that you can actually make that, and you'll have to pay back the money. So, I mean, sure, if you want to test whether an idea is fun using a bunch of these systems, sure, do it. Just know you will have to do it, and you will have to do it without using some system like this. I have a conversation I had recently with a friend who was comparing the success of Schedule 1 with AC Shadows, being like, oh my god, one dev does better than a AAA studio. It's not even comparing apples to oranges because they're both fruit at that point. There's just very different expectations in those things. What the fuck is floorball practice? Ugh. Oh, here we go. Here's more AI art. Oh, they actually have a video for this one too. Oh, it's like RPG Maker essentially. Okay. Can we watch it? I mean, it's probably nothing special. Probably just RPG Maker gameplay. Can I call it or can I call it? I've been down this pathway a few too many times. It's just RPG Maker gameplay. They don't even have any gameplay. It's literally just like, here's the lore and the menu. Oh god. How much does he want for this? 13,500 bucks. That's not gonna happen. Tech demo? Bro, it's RPG Maker. It just works out of the box. What do you need a tech demo for? Using Bandicam to... Okay. Again, I'm not shitting on RPG Maker. RPG Maker is a fantastic engine for prototyping a little RPG game. It really is. But if you ask me for $13,500 to make your RPG Maker game, that will likely never receive its money back, because there are a million RPG Maker games. There's a difference between making a game in RPG Maker and making a game in RPG Maker and going to Kickstarter and asking people for money for it. Do I recommend RPG Maker for people to prototype ideas or make games? Yes. Do I recommend that you ask people for money to make it? No, because you're not going to get that money. Not unless you do some really crazy shit with RPG Maker. Oh god. Light and darkness. What is this? How many free asset packs did they download for this? "20 years of silence. Your prayers were heard."
Oops, wrong franchise. I mean, a story of good.
Why is it only in my left ear?
And evil.
Who's giving money for this?
And
There's no gameplay. You're just flying through a level.
great campaign.
You just bought some assets from different packs, you combined them into a level. Literally, it's the same thing every single time. I've seen this werewolf model before. How? How does he already have $3.7 thousand from this? I can't. I gotta get back to my GDD. I can't do this again. Like I said, this just destroys my soul every time I see this shit. Open World Studios, Project Ares. An AI-driven, fantasy-inspired MMORPG where every choice matters. Every choice. Every choice. And the labyrinth evolves with you. Enter the endless fight. Wow. Oh my god. AI art. What? More AI art? Oh, hold on. Even more AI art. And probably AI generated gobbledygook. Yeah, right, 16%. I think he wrote that himself. He didn't even have the balls to make anything else himself. Probably getting fucked up by the titles. I promise you this was not written by him. Dean, you didn't write this. You liar. You didn't know it had so much AI, dude. It really does. We're creating a living, breathing MMORPG where players and AI build the future together. Oh. Where your decisions leave permanent marks on the world. Your story is unique and no two players walk the same path. Oh my god. This is crazier than any MMORPG ever made. Guys, do you know how much MMOs cost? At least 50 million. At least. How much does he need to make this game that has never been made before by any studio, even Amazon, investing hundreds of millions, even Star Citizen investing 800 million, I think recently is what it passed. He needs $75,000 to do something that no studio has ever done before. He must be able to do it. Wow. Wait. I need to see this. Hold on. Pause. I paid somebody on Fiverr for this logo and used generic trailer music that I've literally heard probably 20 times. I know how to use Sora. And again. ChatGPT and Sora. Even more ChatGPT and Sora. Mid-Journey. Me, dude. Ah! No, what, you expected gameplay? Did you actually expect gameplay? Don't stop the commentary, dude. Fuck this. What does he want? Oh, he needs just a small $75,000. I'm telling, there's just so much of this shit. This is why you should not use AI in your game. You're not going to get any money from players. You're certainly not going to get money from publishers. Make a magical girl mystery visual novel, though. Oh, shit. Yuri, too. That means scissoring, guys. That's this. That's Yuri. This is Yaoi. Okay, what was I doing? What was I busy with? You really think they will get no, they won't get any funding. No. It's and Kickstarter is all in one. So you have to get all the funding to get any of it. you explain a bit more, please? Do you mean about Kickstarter or that? You know what I mean? Okay, so not Kickstarter. Maybe some green. I like it. Paired with birds, using nuts and acorns. This is all some really good depth stuff. Ingredients that are non-violently harvested from animals. We do have that in our test level. Which compass that glows in the direction of resources you want and need? We kind of have that with Druid Sense. Sorry to start you so much with the A question. Felt led you down this tangent. No, I think it's good to explain. It's good just to show that even gamers are getting better at spotting it, and they're not going to give you money. So why would publishers give you money, right? If the players can't give you money, that means the players don't want the game. And if the players don't want the game, publishers won't see any return on investment. And that's the danger of pitching your game using AI, is that it has these red flags. It shows that I couldn't create this. And if ideas are worth nothing, because anybody can have good ideas, then you're bringing them to them an idea that is worth nothing and no gameplay, which is nothing. So what are you really bringing to them? You're just like wasting their time with something that they could generate themselves within a few hours with ChatGPT and with Sora, right? Is there a project you're extremely proud of? I'm proud of what we've made with Cauldron Chronicles so far. I mean, I'm proud of all the games that I've worked on, just, you know, some of them were better than others, and some of them had better design than others. It's an adventure. This is not good, but it's not bad either. But it's meant to be a prototype. It's meant to be, okay, here's the base idea, here's generally how we want it to look. Now, if we get the funding, we can work on it from scratch with our own assets and finalize everything, you know? You have to push through those moments. If you're purposely, this is a good one, for my plot armor, if you're purposely doing bad potions or harming people, your tower should become more cracked and decrepit like in the Fable games. I do like the idea of visual representations of your karma. But that might be a bit too much to add to the game. But it does have good value. It has high value. I'll mark it. Delete everything and start over. Delete repros, fresh install PC, do it again. Well, that is what we're doing. That's why this is called Cauldron Proto, because this is a prototype. And then when we work on the actual game, we make a new project. So we start up the Epic Games launcher. We go to library and we start a new project from whatever the latest version is. Need to disclose the use of AI in Steam now? Good. Fucking good. Plan to start it from scratch with funding? Yep. Yeah, I haven't updated 5.5 yet. Because we're on 5.5, 5.4. Say the mythical ingredient can only be crafted by collecting 10 shards obtained from 10 different dungeons. Mythical ingredient crafted. You know what? This is actually a really good ritual idea. I really like that. I'm gonna add that. Crafting unique ingredients by collecting smaller junk parts of the ingredient. I like that a lot. Let me decide to update 5.6 will be out. Actually, we will probably make sure that we are up to date at the end of our vertical slice, and then we will version lock at the end of vertical. So probably when that happens, we will either be on like 5.7 or 5.8. If there's anything that is super necessary in like later versions, we might consider it, but you need to make a version lock pretty early. You don't fabricate great potions on purpose to sell antidote? It means marketing, not karma, and it's a feature. What do you mean? EekLD, thank you for the follow. Oh, you're a chaos bot. Oh my god, look at that. You just got banned. Are there any systems you made once and reuse in many, if not all projects, like kind of managers, for example, dialogue manager? You should do that. Yeah, if you're in like full professional production, or I guess even if you're a hobbyist, you should try to find systems that you plan to use in future games and make those modular. 100%. So if we know that we're making like deep RPG games with branching dialogue, we should make sure that our dialogue system and all the custom changes are easily placeable in new versions of our games. Saves time. Like the first game will have a bit higher overhead compared to what it would if you didn't do that, but then each game that is similar to it will have less overhead. Take a good look at like Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I think, cost about $70 million to make, which is extremely small for the scale and scope of that game. And the reason is, well, it's a sequel, and they already had most of the systems in place. So they just made the systems better, used the same engine, and built on top of what they already had. Sell bad potions, sell antidotes to keep people getting sick by your first potions. Yeah, you can sell whatever potions you want to any NPC. You can fuck over NPCs if you want. I don't judge you. They might judge you. Funny if some characters can't pay for potions and leave behind trinkets as collateral. That's a pretty good one. I don't know if that needs to go in the GDD though, but I do like that idea. Collateral. Player holds a journal of people and events. Say something sad happens, the player goes to the journal and gets to choose. I felt sad for them, serves them right, didn't really care. We'll kind of have that. That's kind of part of the encyclopedia. Possible all systems should be able to be reused? I don't think so. I think it's a waste of development time. It's the golden standard. It's the ideal utopia idea, but it has never worked for any company in game development, and it never will, because making the game in the most efficient way to reduce budget is still one of the most necessary things that you need to do. And you can't predict that you're going to use every system in like a new game unless you're making literal carbon copies of games and just asset flipping them. Shrink potion for the player. Shrink potion will unfortunately not be able to work in our game. System where you process reagents into new reagents. Potentially. Probably through rituals though. How long have I been working on this? 221 days of development. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Then we can read the rest of these. Oh. Ugh. Sorry, I had to dookie. But don't worry, I washed my butthole. Okay. Okay, where was I? Where was I? Ooh, transform items into gold. I do have transmutation rituals already listed, so yes, that'd be pretty cool. Call 911. Shut up. Actually, I'm in Poland, so call 112. Would be nice if some books are outdated, so you have to get your ass there to correct it and give the right potions. Books outdated. Books outdated is another way to say the books are wrong. Information being wrong. Not in itself a bad thing. Doesn't need to be part of a GDD though. I have the number of the FBI. Door should have a convo, a possibility, just telling you who they saw. A living door. I do kind of like that. Book that details how merchants value their potions. Just a book that helps immersively explain how we calculate potion value. That's cool. That is cool. Doesn't need to be in the GDD. Certain ingredient that can only be picked during the winter, but in every other season it melts and turns into a new ingredient with different but equally useful effects than in winter. Then in winter it turns back. Yeah, I like this. This can go in the GDD. Mixing a medicinal ingredient with a poison to make an antivenom, for instance. It's not really how our alchemy system works. Minecraft-like advancements as a form of progression, rewarding, and goal recommendation. Goal recommendation is a good thing. Minecraft-like advancements. Do I see the advancement system working well in Cauldron Chronicles? No. But I think that our task system kind of fills this gap as a form of immersive, rewarded goal recommendations, right? Telling the player to go collect some things, make some potions, explore different locations. This kind of resolves that problem. Will you be able to become a potion kingpin in this game then? Kind of. Like, you know, you're... Kind of, but it's not gamified. Like Schedule 1. Schedule 1 is more gamified. But it's kind of similar, that the more you start to help people, the more, you know, it's sandbox driven, but it's a sandbox driven narrative game, so you know, as you help people, you progress the story through that, and you know, it passively you will learn more about ingredients and the world, so it increases like that. It's just not gamified. It's very meta based progression. Fun game. It is a fun game. It's a fun game that I think will have a ton of possibilities and potential. I just hope the developer actually does that. Strong river during warmer seasons, so you cannot pass. Waterfall that freezes in winter. We kind of have that in the GDD already. Flower that closes when you're near, so you need to be invisible to harvest it. This would have been great to put in the depth level. I love the idea. It's a flower that only trusts other invisible things. So if you're invisible, you can pick it. I like it. Flower that only opens once a year. We've kind of done that. We've prototyped that. I don't know how your enemy NPCs work, but certain plants are sacred and protected by local creatures who will attack you if you get too close or something. Great idea. Great idea. I won't put it in the GTD because I don't think it needs to be there, but it will be. I would like to prototype that. A phasing flower, yeah. I mean, there's so much we can do with it. Like, we have all these effects. It's really just like, we just need to have the good ideas for it. Reading tree that appears in a different place depending on season. Again, doesn't really need to be in the GDD, but I do like that. Surely a plant that you need to play music to. Become a full-on bard and schedule with 3 NPCs to meet you at a plant at a certain time, and you can play it music so it opens up and you can harvest it. This is actually doable. As like a part of an NPC's story. It's a great idea. Interdimensional flower. What are these chaos messages? Which chaos messages? All these? Which things? Oh, the band, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what their purpose is. They appear, they do it, and then they get banned. It's been happening for over a year now, I feel like. Going Guitar Hero. I mean, it's doable. It's just we have like a bard NPC or something that you help out, and one of his encounters is he's like, hey, you know, I'll show you some of my powers that I have. You know, meet me up by this tree, and I'll bring some of my friends. It's 100% doable. Ingredient with mini light puzzle. Depending on the color, grows a different ingredient. Great for the depth level, not for the GD. Cut down a tree that's loomed over a flower to give it more sun, or break down a log that's fallen over a small river restricting water to plants. Planting trees nearby a plant that's getting too much sun. Great idea. Doesn't need to be in the GDD. There on the tree and the branch lowers with the flower for you to harvest. Dude, I love it. The idea of playing music to plants is pretty fun. It's very memorable. And ultimately that's what will be a fun thing for people to clip or talk about. Observing stars and learning constellations could give you more knowledge to make potions with. I love the idea. I don't know what knowledge we would unlock with that, though. It's a cool system. I just don't know what I would unlock with it. You can always save that for a different game, for the sequel or something. Specific season will change the chance of seeds. Like when it's blooming, then will always give seeds. I'll have to think about that. That's easy to implement, but I have to think about that. Big sky pattern. I mean, I think it's doable. We can make our own sky sphere. We can have certain clouds available, or certain constellations available in our nighttime sphere. It's not impossible. But I think that we have enough systems. And we probably will have to cut some of these systems anyway. Or with LED and culling to manage that? I mean, for optimization? With, like, constellations? No, there are some ways you could trick it. Big thing in the sky. I wouldn't put them physically in the sky. I'd probably use a separate device for you to gaze up at the sky. In which case I use a different, smaller representation of the sphere with them in there, and then use like either some math, or I could do like a line trace within that too. So I would cheat it. Alchemist Monthly. It's kind of part of progression. Uses with NPC outcome. Show explosion movie instead of real explosion? Yeah. It would be like there's a small version of the sky sphere where we can put those constellations in it and have like a little gazing system that just changes the camera angle within the middle of that. Or, within the top hemisphere, of course. And then you could either do a line trace to objects that are placed in there, or you can just do it based on math. But either way it works, and it'll be a lot more performance than actually putting those up in the sky and having you just look up. As cool as that is. Yeah, like a portal view or something, yeah. There are still ways that you could do it. But we'll worry about that if we want to do that. Potion crafting kit tool up. Making potions out in the wilderness. Yes. Alchemy. What would be another word for like a travel kit? Say, portable. Portable alchemy kit. Where's our depth level? Processing, puzzle, ingredient depth, alchemy stations, ingredient depth. Potion depth, puzzle, platforming, puzzle. A lot of puzzle ideas. A lot of puzzle ideas that we did. Karma system. And also the what is this level? You walk into them and something happens? Yes. I'm using data layers to spawn things. And then you have access to the little mini game or whatever I'm trying to showcase within them. Like in this case, using a potion of concussive blast to knock an enemy onto a pressure plate or something. So platforming with enemies. Breakable ingredient shell. Collectible animal ingredients. So in this case, pretend that the flower disappears. Oh, look, I got a shaka flower. Oh, actually, this I need to... Oh, no, I don't need to do that. Moonlit ingredients, so this lights up at nighttime. Mining ores, so these are not collectible with your hands, but you can blast them to get the ore. Fishing explosives. This is very crudely made, and just so you know, you can walk on the water here, because I needed it to work like this. But using explosions to fish instead of actually fishing. A hidden path. I like this one a lot. This one is really cool. I think this is a really fun and simple to do puzzle idea. Nice and easy. Push me to walk over water. That is kind of what the freezing, the water freezing is meant to do. It's very crudely shown here, admittedly, but this is kind of the intention. It's also the movable block. This one's fun too. I think there's a lot of possibilities, especially because we could even make it like a 3D puzzle. Oh, I'm out of blasting. Hold on. One more. There we go. That's fun. Then a pretty simple one just to show that, you know, sometimes instead of standing on a pressure plate, you need to make something lighter. But it doesn't weigh a pressure plate down. Kind of dumb, but again, this whole level was just meant to be crude prototypes of different ideas. I think it works well. Goodbye me with this showcase level is impressive. Thanks, dude. There's also a fun idea of being able to have special alchemy stations that increase the tiers of different effects. It's like if we use this flame fin starfish and some flame grass, these both have immolation 2. But in this case, it will end up making an immolation 3 potion, since it's getting boosted. Big dick potion. Don't stand in that. So yeah, this is just kind of separate from the rest of our level. Just some ideas that we had. I don't like the idea of a karma system though, because that is subjective to the player's own values and morals. And I don't really want to inject my own values and morals into the... I'm just gonna cut that then. You get to determine what's evil and good. Hey, Tonic. My subjective? I think everybody has a different view of what's right or wrong. I think that turns into something else. You could kind of put that in... Doesn't really fit into the GDD. No, I think this is pretty good. This is a pretty good start to the GDD organization. A different way. It's a lot of sections. Almost 200 sections. And that's just what we have written here. We probably should do a full review of our core pillars now that we have more of the game written. We should do it. Not pillows, pillars. Yeah, we should review these. At least I could find the original pillars document that I had. I can just delete this old one. Just remake them from scratch. Deleted entire NPC. We used to do NPCs, but I think storytelling. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about the names of these. I do not know. These were made like over a year ago. I probably should just redo them from scratch. Some of them I don't think we even were able to do in our prototype. Anything art related. Anything art related. I mean, the ones that I think like alchemy's done through fewer menus and more direct manipulation of ingredients. Goals to give players the maximum possible feeling of creating potions with their bare hands. I think that was generally done. We still have some menus. Mainly because the player does need to be able to view information. Sacrifice some immersion for player understanding. It's a good sacrifice. Minimizing obstacles for alchemical creations to enable the player to create what they want with the resources they want. I think that's done. Potions and effects need to have some understandable use in the open world and or with NPCs. True. Can I do sketches? No. I can't even sketch. I can't do shit for art. Yeah, I think as a whole, everything related to alchemy is immersive, there's a lot of freedom, and everything is useful. I think that succeeded there. I definitely think all of our NPC stories, as shitty as they are in our prototype, are very human. And we do definitely have a lot of unique personalities. Spoon. We've somewhat done impactful choices. Rather than being expository. Sometimes exposition is okay. Exposition is not inherently a bad thing. Is it Pillars of the Game? Yeah, they were the original ones. Impactful choices subjective? No. Impactful choices is not subjective. Something is quantitatively impactful. Whether or not people enjoy that choice, though, I think is subjective. But if your choice, if your choice gets Spoon arrested, that is an impactful choice to that character. Oh, that's not really what the pillar says, is it? If I had to redo the pillars, what would I do with this? What would be my much better formulated pillars for Cauldron Chronicles? I think consequence would be one. Consequences, but that could also be a sub pillar. Game pillars are hard to make. Let's put it that way. I could almost see diversity being one. And by diversity, I mean like diversity in ingredients and the world in activities, things like that, right? The good kind of diversity. Depth as well. I mean, it all kind of just comes down to depth, right? Consequences, sandbox nature of systems. I think I need more minigames interactions in open world. I mean, the open world does need more stuff. Random events would be nice. Different ways to harvest ingredients. More things happening when weather and seasons occur. But this is all depth. But I feel like depth itself can't be a pillar. I think it's too vague. Not that these pillars are any better. Minigames immersion? I think minigames can be immersive, but minigames aren't inherently immersive. I feel like depth should be a pillar, but I want to like, I want to preface this with the depth is not complexity, right? I mean, I can make the pillar deep, simple but deep, deep but not complex. It kind of goes back to one of my kind of design philosophies, which is depth through simplicity. I could just make that a pillar. Depth through simplicity. Depth through simplicity. I mean, that really just covers the entire way that I wanted to design the game. How do you have depth without complexity? You make interactions deep, but you make the gameplay simple to understand. I think Terraria, to an extent, The Witness is a great example, though, of making very deep puzzles through a very simple idea. There's a lot of games that do depth through simplicity very well. But it's pretty easy to understand that you need to give potions to customers. The depth comes from what potions you give, why you should give one potion over another, why in some cases you might not want to help an NPC and that might be a good thing for you, or vice versa. You know, a counter example to that would be games that have really complex like movement or interaction systems. So like you're doing something that's really simple, but the way of doing it is just really complex and roundabout. Are you redoing the I think we're just gonna redo the pillars. I probably should. I don't like my original pillars. I think depth through simplicity is a good one to start with. I mean, that covers how I want to handle potion making, how I want to handle dialogue. Is there anything wrong with alchemy? I mean, alchemy to me is more of a feature. If I wanted to make it a pillar, I think that it would be better to do... What about like the idea of like few items, many interactions? Too vague. I don't like it. Kind of just another way to say depth through simplicity, to be honest. Although that is a good sub-pillar for depth through simplicity, is few items, many interactions. I think discovery should 100% be a pillar, without question. I'm half tempted to have something to describe how we want to handle progression in the game. Or something to do with like meaningful consequences. You know, the player... Oh, I don't know. That's really key to our NPCs, is the meaningful consequences. I mean, I think that's how we can set ourselves apart. I don't know if it's a pillar as much as it is a selling point. And I don't think that not every pillar is a selling point. Not every selling point is a pillar, right? Depth through simplicity could kind of be a selling point to some extent, but I think it's also a pillar. Micro-reactivity and consequences in NPCs is a great selling point. Not really a pillar. Or at least not a full game pillar, but more of like a pillar to our NPC design. Which is important to have. 100%. But it doesn't really cover the whole game. What if we did like discovery-based progression? What are the pillars that hold up Cauldron Chronicles? Definitely a desire for depth. Definitely a desire to not gamify progression in a way that feels inorganic. Cauldrons and Chronicles. Well, it's not incorrect. Those are my two pillars. Cauldron and Chronicles. Every... I mean, couldn't I just say micro-reactivity? I mean, it kind of... Micro-reactivity does have a little bit of overlap with depth through simplicity. But it's different enough that I think that it covers our approach not only to the world, but also to NPCs. I mean, with how much I talk about micro-reactivity, it 100% feels like a third pillar to me. I mean, it defines everything that we do. Micro-reactivity. I have had a really cringe idea to make the Microraptor rap. Like a full music video. Cringe myself into a black hole. Pisses me off. Just line the fuck up. Fuck. Just do it. I'm just gonna delete this. That's how little I give a shit. Oh well, I'll worry about the spacing after I get things written. Micro reactivity. Micro reactivity. I don't even know if that's a real word. Do these feel like the three ideas that are core to Cauldron Chronicles, to the essence of what we're making, of the way that will define what we implement and why we're implementing it? What does microreactivity mean? It means that things are reactive in the world at a smaller scale than just like yes or no binaries of I helped this person or I didn't help this person. I completed this quest or I didn't complete this quest. But more along the lines of, what did you say to this person? What effects did you provide in this potion? How does that change the outcome of that individual? And little reactions like we have in our depth level, right? Like mineable ores or ingredients only collectible in moonlight or something. Micro reactions to the world, to the weather system, to the seasons. Not putting difficult words, this is true. So I don't know if micro-react... Well, that's the reason why sub-pillars exist, right? It's something that kind of I do, but though I've seen this in other examples, they just do it a little bit differently. I know that God of War had something pretty similar. This was the 2016 God of War. You know, these were their pillars and what defined that. Although I would say that some others were kind of cringe, like exploration, discovery. These two things to me are... they mean very different things. But their emphasis was mostly that you performed exploration, which leads to discovery, which leads to gathering resources. The idea of hunting and making to survive, and then that's used as father-son bonding time, right? So it makes sense. It's just there's no perfect way to make game pillars. You're gonna simulate these reactions somehow by creating some model or just script all that? Wouldn't it be too much to script? Good question. How would simulation be like some model versus scripting? How would these be different? What does depth through simplicity mean to us? For sure, fewer item types, many interactions. Meaning that the player only really has ingredients, potions, seeds, and junk items, other items, right? That we don't clunk up the inventory with garbage that doesn't have any use. We'll say fewer item types, many uses. Definitely a better way to put that. Systems that are easy to learn but hard to master. Could one of the pillars be inclusivity and character creation for genderless body types? Yes. Only is when you build some small core with natural laws that says what the next time step will be. By secret I mean for ad hoc solution, basically writing all possible interactions to all known entities. Okay. Yeah, like the difference between making a system and making a result. I mean, some of it can be right. Although I think using like tags and or components would be a much better way to do this, right? Like, so if we mark an ingredient as blastable, that means that it can be blasted, and we can just write whatever reaction is necessary for when it blasts. Maybe it gets deleted, maybe it spawns some loot, whatever. Maybe it does something else that we would want to handwrite. I don't know if there's going to be a perfect way to make a system that handles all of these interactions, and I think that if we do that, we are inevitably going to run into a case where the game feels much more like playing a system than it does enjoying different points of depth in a world. Let me put it this way. You lose unique, unexpected outcomes the moment you try to make everything into a system. And I think it's okay to aim for scriptable uniqueness as a form of depth. But it does need to be based on using systems that you can understand. Which is where depth through simplicity comes in. There aren't many actions in Terraria that are unknown to the player. They can use items, they can put items in things, they can drop items, and how the player uses those in different situations can result in different solutions or outcomes in the world, such as blowing up an item or blocking an enemy, right? And I think that's a good example of a game that is simple to understand. Similar to like Minecraft. Place blocks, take blocks. Use blocks. In our game, it's pick up ingredient, make potion, throw potion, drink potion. Then whatever effects that potion has may have an effect on the worlds in some way. Depth through simplicity. Depth through simplicity. We don't need, like 3. There's no set number here. I can't really think of anything else to add that would explain. These two kind of cover it. Like, what does depth through simplicity mean to us? It means that we have fewer item types and more uses of those items. And we have systems that are intended to be easy to learn but hard to master. Discovery-based progression. This means more... Is there proper spelling for gamified? I've never... Yes, it's not like a term that you would ever write down. It's more of a term that you say that every, designer would understand. Like, do we want to gamify this? Do we not want to gamify this? No E. Do I want to use the word gamified here? This is a better question. Do I want to use that term? Can you just say... Just use the body to explain what this means. Type in organic progression. The only one thing I don't like is I'd like to explain that NPCs are meant to be a main form of progression, but it's not like discovery is related to NPCs necessarily. I think NPC-based progression does have a lot to do with organic progression. Maybe instead of discovery-based progression, the pillar should just be called organic progression. Now, I agree that that is vague. That's why the sub-pillars exist, and I think if we write good sub-pillars, somebody who reads organic progression is like, what does that mean? Can read those sub-pillars and, those supports here and say, oh, I understand what it means now. I don't know if that makes sense. Ah. I'll do that to print it out. I like the dark mode though for now. If organic progression is the pillar then we can do Exploration as an action. Discovery as a reward. I think that idea is very crucial to Cauldron Chronicles. That exploration is a motivation, both by the player and the level design, but also in the sense of even writing NPC stories. The discovery is the reward of that. What is there to discover? If there's nothing to discover, then you don't have any discovery. You just have exploration. A lot of open worlds are like that. Big open world to discover, or to explore, but nothing to discover. Just some small dopamine drips and resources to gather. Nothing meaningful to your progression. Nothing memorable. I mean, do we classify this as a checklist? This is gamified. This is not organic. There's no reason why you would unlock larger cauldron slots with ingredient discovery. I mean, this is artificially hindering the player's ability to make potions by something that is not organic. It's not like you've gone to an NPC to buy a larger cauldron. It's not like you found a larger cauldron in the wilderness. It's not like you had to craft it yourself. I don't like this. I just don't like this menu. I don't like this idea. I know I made it, but I regret making it. I needed some way to gate the players. Did I even need it? It's number go up, and it's not even a very satisfying form of number go up. It's just a checklist. It'd be a whole lot cooler if you like helped an NPC and got cauldron upgrades or something, or if you helped the alchemist faction by making them potions and stuff, that they would send you larger cauldrons as a reward. You know, it's a game, so everything is technically gamified, but that at least feels like a more organic and immersive way of obtaining those upgrades than this, or XP and perks, right? You know, oh, I got an alchemy skill point. Wonder what I can put that in. Larger cauldron, wow. This goes against our pillar. Therefore, arguably, it should be removed. What was I saying about this second then? This second piece? I mean, I can just put here, like, no... No XP checklists. What it means to us. That organic progression is about making progress in a way that feels like it's tied to your choices and to your actions, rather than tied to number go up. It's the anti-dopamine game. Not that dopamine doesn't exist, but it's the... You know how when you eat like bread versus you drink beer versus like having, I don't know, like some kidney beans? You know, kidney beans are complex carbohydrates, right? Kidney beans are great. Beer is not complex carbohydrates. I'm making the complex carbohydrates of dopamine as opposed to simple dopamine, which tastes great, it's easy to find, but it doesn't leave any lasting appeal. Do you remember, if we're listening to the Skyrim soundtrack, do you remember obtaining max level in your skills in Skyrim? Do you remember where you were, what you were doing when you obtained max level in a skill? I would argue that while some of you might be able to remember, most of you probably do not. It doesn't mean that the XP or leveling system in Skyrim or other games like that is bad, just that it is simple dopamine. It happens, you feel a little bit of happiness, and then it dissipates, and it doesn't remain memorable. But more complex dopamine, like beating a boss, right? This is a lot harder to make, of course, than systemizing XP and levels. That's easy to make. I can make an XP and level system. I can make an XP level and skill system in a couple of hours, and that works. But it's not as memorable as beating a boss. Someone here recommended making a landscape in Blender and importing it into UE5, or better to use direct UE5 into UE5 have something like geometry nodes. UE5 PCG has geometry nodes. If I'm understanding geometry nodes, you could also use, if you don't mind paying money for it, like world generators. But I don't think that base landscapes in UE5 have geometry nodes. You would have to use PCG. But you could use PCG to generate your landscape and then just, you know, hand place everything else. I think. Don't take my word on that. Organic progression. Exploration as an action, discovery as a reward. No XP checklist. I feel like there's one thing too. There's like organic progression with NPCs. Like NPCs don't have simple fail success states. Is there any problem with using a Blender landscape? I mean, you could make the landscape export it to height map if you don't want to import it as a mesh, and then you could import it to Unreal as a height map, in which case then you can have the sculpting tools of the landscape, but still have your, you know, your Blender made height map that you can just re-import it at some time if you want. I don't know if that makes sense. There is also probably a way. I know that we did it with the Train Life game we made, which was a Houdini to Unreal bridge. So you could paint in Unreal to make, which would then send it over to Houdini, have Houdini generated, and then it would generate it back into Unreal. Which is pretty cool. It was a fast way of doing big landscapes. want to use the mesh in best case, then yeah, just I guess just make a big mesh. You can give it really high triangle count too if you want it to be high resolution, because then you can just enable nanite on it. You could break it up into smaller meshes, but I think just doing like one larger mesh with nanite could work. I'm gonna make a voxel-like map. Okay. Good luck on that one. I can't help you with that at all. NPCs without simple success failure states, maybe. Hey, Tenek. Oh, how about means easier caves and overhangs? You could combine them, because you can still do caves in with landscapes. But doing it with a mesh would be a little bit easier. But you can also hide mesh couplings with landscape with like rocks and shit. We do that for our caves. Obviously this is not the most enjoyable way to make a cave entrance, but we do that just with a hole in the landscape. How much RAM do I have? 64 gigabytes. Don't use the voxel plugin. But you can make holes in the landscape pretty easily. We did that up here too. You also have to hide the seams. Overhanging terrain is a bit more tricky. It definitely is. I don't think you can do overhanging terrain without doing that without meshes would be kind of horrendous. Any sort of overhang without meshes. I mean, I guess you could do it, but it would be not great. NPCs without simple success failure states. I like what this means. I don't like the way that it's stated. A little bit better is like no simple success failure states. Although, does that have more to do with microreactivity than organic progression? Not really. I mean, it's kind of both. We're not making a Venn diagram here. Just do this. No, we can't. Not how you make pillars. Maybe you're looking into PCG. I never fucked around with it though, so I can't help tell you what it does or doesn't do. Hey, you guys want to do an eye exercise? Look at this and tell me what you see. I like these little things. They're fun. There's only 3 real cheerleaders in this. Pretty cool. I used to have like a whole book of these as a kid, of the hidden 3D images. That's fun stuff. My wife can't see these though. I don't think she knows how to do them. Fuck, I hate this. I hate no simple success failure states because it does have to do with organic progression of NPCs, but also it has more to do almost with micro reactivity, where we don't just want to have success failure states. You know, this I don't want this to be potion craft where it's just you made the potion or you didn't make the potion, and that's it, and that's the game for the next 80 hours. You know, these are stories that are being told, and it has more to do with micro reactivity. Voxel with PCG, that'll be interesting to see. Organic progression, organic progression. I mean, is it kind of cheap and obvious to say that player skill comes from player understanding? I mean, I feel like that's just kind of a definition of everything. Like, as you learn how to do something better, you get better at it and faster. Wow. Does that need to be stated? I guess it does. You know, I guess it does because, yes, we don't want XP or checklist. We don't want the cheap dopamine. We want the complex carbohydrates of dopamine, not the simple carbohydrates. But that's different than player power coming from skill and choice as opposed to player power coming from stats and numbers, right? I got 64 RAM. We using 21 gigabytes of that. Ever filled it when fully doing developing? Not purposefully, But no, not really. Even with my big level, you know, this uses a lot of RAM because I have a lot of shit loaded. Use a lot of VRAM too. Kind of person likes to see number go up or down depending on what is better. I think though that number go up and number go down is a cheap way to accomplish. It's like the yellow paint of progression. It works. A lot of people will suffer through it. Some people might even prefer it. But there's another. I think there are other ways to do progression that are not as simple and cheap. That can still give you that the chemicals that you need to feel like you're progressing and getting better. That's what I postulate. Let's put it that way. Talking about the yellow paint that shows where to go? Yeah. Yep. Bad level design? It's lazy level design. These three sound good to me. At least on the surface, these sound nice. Exploration as an action, discovery as a reward. No checklists. Efficiency from choice and skill, not from number and perk. That's what organic progression means to us. And how it's going to work in Cauldron Chronicles. When we're thinking of adding progression, it should fit these three criteria. Do we want to use such exclusionary wording, though? Do we want to say no checklist? No simple success failure states? Then again, it's more easy to understand having nothing than questioning how much of something you have, right? 0 is an understandable number. Something greater than 0 is, okay, well, how much more than 0? I can use something like minimal, fewer. But I think in a case like checklist, that what does that mean? What is the opposite of checklist in game design? I don't think checklist has an opposite. It's defined as gamified progression. So the opposite of gamified progression is organic progression. An unchecklist. Yeah, it's actually you start the game and the checklist is already checked. You have to uncheck it. 0 out of 5 regions explored. No. 5 out of 5 regions unexplored. I hate that. I hate that you could actually make a pretty funny point about game design doing that. 100 ingredients undiscovered. I don't find the difference between normal exploration and organic one. I mean, it really comes down to, yeah, I think organic and inorganic is, I think, the best way I can say it. You constantly get stripped of all your abilities after the tutorial ends. I think that Kingdom Come Deliverance is actually a really good example of organic progression in a lot of cases. There's a lot of gamification of it, but at least like especially early game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 is very organic progression. I don't think it's like a binary. Let's put it that way. I think that organic versus inorganic exploration is very much a spectrum of completely, I don't know, let's say like an idle game, right? Like a clicker is completely inorganic progression. It is just like pure dopamine number go up game. Progression freedom. To me, that feels like another way to say organic progression. I don't know. I don't know if I can. I think I just don't know if I can say no checklist or if we will have one checklist, right? Are checklists bad? No. Do we want no checklists? I don't know. I think we just don't want to do primarily checklists. Well, just because we have progress bars doesn't mean that the progress bars have to be meaningful to anything. They can just be they can be a visual representation of certain things. Like how many ingredients have you fully discovered? Checklist on the job board. This is true. So maybe we need a qualifying statement to no checklist. Maybe it's not no checklist. It's no unimmersive checklist or something. It's no I mean, maybe unimmersive is the best way to say it. Like no checklist for the sake of dopamine. Maybe just no unimmersive checklists. It's not immersive, isn't it? Do you feel that the job board, the task board, is an immersive checklist? Is it even a checklist? I mean, it's less a checklist. There's not like anything to check off. It's more just like mini quests. They're little jobs, little tasks. Technically speaking, they have checklists, but they're not. they're not what people think of, I think, when they hear that this game has checklists, right? Also sort of meta progression, like there are many ways to finish Factorio, either with solving what you need or making something a bit more ordered and efficient the second go around. This is true too. We have a lot of meta progression in our game. An awful lot of meta progression. Which is harder to it's harder to explain to like a publisher, right? Tasks are not checklists for you. A task can be different checklist if you look at it that way. That's how I'm kind of looking. Like it is a checklist, but they're not like open world checklists, right? Like 49 out of 50 secrets discovered in this region. We don't want those kinds of checklists. And even I think that this menu that we have here, our discovery menu, this is a checklist. Like this breaks our design pillar. I implemented it because I wanted some way to reward the player with larger cauldron sizes. But this is actually the worst way that I can reward cauldron sizes, according to our design. Which is probably why I've hated it since I made it. Are achievements a checklist? Yes, I would say so. I think it's like any other dopamine drip. I think players want them, but they don't really offer much lasting memory to the player. Is the memory of obtaining a really hard achievement the memory of obtaining that achievement or performing that achievement? Do you need a, is it that you like to have the representation of performing that achievement, or you just like to see your number of achievements go up? Do you need achievements to 100% a game? If you're a completionist. Both for you. Discover somehow an in-game book with good art that visually represents your newly discovered stuff. That would be cool. Which I think then comes back to maybe this pillar is fine as it's written, which is no non-immersive checklist. This is not immersive. This is just like, this is the most gamified thing that I think we have in our game. At least when it comes to progression. Me, you 100% of the game means that I enjoyed it very much and want to fully complete it. Humans does not mean you 100% of the game. This is true too. But let's say if there was a good game where if you 100% it, you obtain an achievement. Do you 100% the game to obtain the achievement, or do you do it because you like the game? And if there's a game that you don't really like that much, but has an achievement for 100%ing it, do you 100% it just to have that achievement and show off on your, your Steam profile? Hey, look, I don't know, I have rare achievements. Bro, ain't no way my rarest achievement is from fucking Starfield. That's almost criminal. That's almost criminal, dude. I did 100% Starfield though, I think. I think there's only one thing that I'm missing. Oh no, I 100%ed it. I have suffered, okay? I 100%ed Mass Effect Andromeda. I beat Dragon Age Veilguard. Okay, I have suffered. I know what it's like to be a gamer. Bad game, no good game, yes. You like the funny ones, doing something funny, random or funny, and suddenly getting an achievement for it. Would you still do it, Tenek, or other people who like doing achievements? Do you prefer having system-based achievements like on Steam versus in-game achievements. Like if the achievement system was all in-game, you could, still take a screenshot of it or something, but there were no system achievements. Would you still do them to the same veracity? That's not the right word to use here. To the same extent that you would do system achievements. But games get played to 100% even if they don't have that achievement. True. I feel the same way. You love achievements, but if the game is bad, I won't do them for the sake of it. It must be a very small minority of players that do try to 100% just because the achievement exists. In-game better. You like in-game over system achievements. Huh. I almost never looked at the challenges tab in FNV, and it's probably my favorite game. Challenges tab? By FNV, you mean Fallout New Vegas? Prefer both to be able to show it to others, like adding it to a collection to show off. Achievements are made to show off. They are made to show off. I like well-designed achievements. I'm okay with ones that kind of like track progress. The main reason I like achievements that track progress is because they're very good metrics. Like what percentage of players got this far in the game? Like how many people who own Schedule 1 have actually just beaten the tutorial of Schedule 1, right? 96.7% of the owners of Schedule 1 have beaten the tutorial of Schedule 1. And this game has great retention. By the way, getting 100,000 net worth is not super quick. So 39.1% of players getting that net worth of 100,000. Pretty good. I actually do have these. I torrented the game and I got far without it, and then I bought the game. Kind of how Larian does it. Yeah. Challenges are the in-game ones that some are also the Steam ones. That's true too. And in-game and outside achievements. I didn't know that. Oh, you know what? I think I did know that about Fallout New Vegas, but I never like focused on it. So many games that went on sale that suffer from the thing where people don't even launch at once. Sometimes. I think sometimes this is the case. It's kind of awkward, doesn't show those ones. Dishonored. 84% of players completed the intro missions. Most developers, by the way, use this as a metric to see how many players are actually engaging with their game. Only 76.5% of Elden Ring owners have reached roundtable hold. Wasn't there one about like Melania? That not many people have achieved it? Where's Melania? $36? Oh, yeah, I was looking for defeated. That's pretty high, honestly. Although I'm surprised that that's higher than Moog, which was needed to access the DLC. So only 35.1% of Elden Ring owners actually qualified to play the DLC. Only 70.5% of Elden Ring Skyrim Special Edition, or Elder Scrolls 5, what the fuck did I say? Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Special Edition players have completed the tutorial. And 60.8, which I think is the more reasonable percentage to use here selected their first standing stone, which is right outside of Helgen. He never played it. Shit. Kind of, it's just interesting to see these. That one's not loading, I don't know why. I don't know why some of these load and some of them don't. %83% for GTA 5. Hades probably has one. Yeah, 83.2% of Hades owners escaped Tartarus. It's like the first area. %95.5% of Helldivers 2 players played the basic training. Pretty high. First playthrough Scammer, I ran straight by the stones and only returned there by accident. Damn. I don't know why some of these do and don't load. Where's my game? Wait, I don't own my they didn't even gift me a copy of my game on Steam? Did they revoke my license? For my own game? I wonder how low the rating is on it these days. Because it's buggy as fuck. And publisher abandoned it. Oh, it's actually gotten mostly positive. It's weird. I can write a review, but they must have revoked my license. That's funny as hell. So I designed all these achievements for the game. 0.2%. I mean, this one was hard as fuck, to be fair. This one, though. The level up all cities definitely shows dedication. That's at 0.3%. Not where I'd expect it. But look at this. This is basically our tutorial, essentially. Driving just from one station to another. Look at that low engagement rate. That's crazy. Or leveling up once. Boat life win. I thought we even had one for further tutorials. Maybe we didn't. Oh no, I did. A lot of people skip the tutorials. Yeah, I would too. They were kind of long. Granted, I think that you got this achievement in the tutorial, so as long as you did like the first tutorial, you would get this achievement. Your royalties? No, I don't get royalties. Most game developers, I've never heard of game developers getting royalties on games. Honestly, I think it's kind of a dumb idea, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm a little bit old school in that way. I was paid a wage. Where are my pillars at? Micro reactivity. I know for sure we want one that is... This is an easy one. Dialogue. Just as important as potions. You know what? I do know of one that we can add to depth through simplicity for NPCs. Using having like understandable human stories, but making them mean something a lot deeper. A good example, especially with like a story, is The Last of Us. The Last of Us is about a young girl who was robbed of her childhood and an older man who was robbed of his child. Like, it's a very easy to understand story. It's very relatable. Even if you can't empathize with it, you can sympathize with it, and you can see how, you know, a guy having his daughter shot down might have hardened him a bit. I think quandaries, yeah, spell wrong. Like, I'm pretty sure there's an A in quandaries. Hmm. I think that these are great targets for the NPCs and the storytelling. But what about the micro-reactivity in the world? You know, we want to capture that mystical feeling of being in a fantasy world where you need to learn how that works and what things do. But that can very easily tip over to a point where the player can't make any expectations, and therefore there's not enough understanding about how the world works to formulate decisions on what to do next. Right? You can't just be thrown on an alien planet where everything works differently from how it does here on Earth. Because then you don't have any frame of reference of what you should do to accomplish certain things. In fact, Harry Potter is a really good example of this. It's a very good example of grounded, a high fantasy. Magic doesn't exist. You know, and magic has, you know, a very unexplainable element to it that was kind of the point of the system. But it still operates in our known world. And it's a replacement for things that we understand. And I think that makes it easy to draw connections between that and the real world, especially for kids, since that's who it was meant for. Micro-reactivity in the world. Unicorns are real till I was like 16 or something. Damn, 16 until unicorns were not real. You kind of, you have like sea unicorns, you have narwhals. It's not that unicorns aren't real, it's just that unicorns are in the sea. By the way, this might be one of the wildest creatures that ever has existed. God was like, hey, dude, I'm gonna make a seal with a horn. For, like, no reason. What's the point of a narwhal? What do I do with this? There's actually a Polish guy who I'm pretty sure it was a Polish guy, a Polish worker, immigrant in London who fought off a terrorist with a narwhal tusk that he took from a museum. I wish that were a fake story, but it's not a fake story. Rhinoceros is a land unicorn. I like that. Microreactivity microreactivity in the overworld. It should take the form of believable reactions. More like potion effects need to have multiple uses. Potion effects should have diverse uses. Many potion effects, many uses. That sounds lame. Is it too similar to fewer item types, many uses? Gonna have unicorns real soon though, but as much as that DNA research thing advancing. So what was it with the dire wolves? They're just genetically modified wolves that have the same traits as dire wolves, right? So it's not like they didn't bring dire wolves back from the dead. They just genetically modified wolves to have the same traits as dire wolves. If I'm not mistaken. Like, it's still cool. Still very, very cool. As you understand? It's the same group that wants to bring the woolly mammoth back, right? Jurassic Park IRL, nice. You know we're gonna get a generation of kids, Rex. Keep this in mind. We're gonna get a generation of kids that, when they bring the woolly mammoth back, or anything from the Jurassic period, the woolly mammoth isn't, but let's just pretend that they bring like a dinosaur back. They're gonna say, oh my god, this is just like Jurassic World. Because they never watched Jurassic Park. Oof. Oof. Bring Microraptors back. They were the best dinos. A Microraptor would be kind of cool. I don't know if you could maybe... I don't know what Microraptors are related to genealogically. I don't know. I mean, they're kind of just... They're just flying lizards. Especially those legs. The leg plumage is quite interesting too. I don't know of any Modern bird with leg plumage. It kind of reminds me of like eagles in a way. Vultures. I mean, they were birds of prey, right? So probably they would be most closely resembling birds of prey from nowadays. Long tail. Long tail and leg plumage. Are there any modern bird species similar to microraptors? Particularly with leg plumage and long tails. Okay, good start. Birds of paradise. That's true, they do have leg feathers and long ornamental tails in some case. Some pheasants and jungle fowl. True. Peacocks. Rough-legged hawk. Well... okay, a little bit. A little bit. Secretary bird? What the fuck is a secretary bird? Oh my god. Quite interesting. King of Saxony. Oh, you look at his head. What the fuck, dude? Those are cool. It just kind of looks like somebody taped a piece of paper to a sparrow. That is a pretty bird. Hey. That's a pretty bird. I love the colors on that. That is so cool. Thank you, backyardchickens.com. It's like the genetics couldn't decide. It's like, oh, we need some green. Yeah, but some blue would be cool. Well, white would contrast well with those darker colors, so let's add some white. Well then, you know, red looks kind of cool too. I do like red, but yellow is also a cool color. You have a lot of those where you are? It's a really cool bird. I bet people hunted these for stuffing. I bet if I look it up, these were at one point like super endangered. They're set to least concern. Okay, I'll go shoot one if I see one. Very small section of China. And I do not know which country that is. It is kind of surprising. It's Burma. Damn. Geography nerds in chat. I was the spelling nerd in school, so. I only know because your wife is from there. That's a fucking cheater. I should make a command in chat that pretend bans people. But you guys have to pretend that you're banned. Like, you won't actually be banned, but you know, you have to play along with it. Okay, fewer items. Let's fill in these bodies. And I'm gonna run this by the team and see what they think about these new pillars. Because these are obviously very different than our existing pillars. But to me, they feel better. Like, these weren't bad. But I think these are more about like goals and user stories for features than they are pillars about the game. The storytelling one is the closest one. Building great depth with what they can do with those items. Preferable to a menagerie. Ugh, I spelled that wrong. Oh, menagerie. Preferable to menagerie of one-off items. Giving the player a few understandable item types, but building great depth with what they can do with those items, is preferable to a menagerie of one-off items. For those of you who look at Cauldron Chronicles and say, this is my type of game, this is a game that I would play and enjoy, when we write these pillars, I need you people in chat to tell me if that sounds like that fits your bill. Like, is that fun to you? Systems that are easy to learn but hard to master. It shouldn't take the player very long to understand how to utilize systems in the game, but might take them time to become an expert. A little bit lengthy, mainly due to the title length. I can just cheat that one a little bit. Human stories, complex quandaries. Players should be able to identify with the players should be able to understand character reasonings and characters' reasonings, reasons and motivation. Characters' motivations and emotions, even if they can't always identify with or empathize with that character's decisions and actions. Decisions and actions kind of redundant. Viewpoints and actions. Players should be able to understand characters' motivations and emotions, even if they can't always identify or empathize with that character's viewpoints and actions. I think that makes sense. It's gonna be the first thing that came to mind is racism, of course, you know, as a straight white male, that's of course all I think about all day. But you know, a lot of cases with like people's past and their histories, they hold these racist views because of negative interactions they've had with somebody of that ethnicity. And of course it gets boiled down to skin color like everything does. I think that somebody who has any semblance of emotional intelligence and humanity in them can understand that this is how this individual got to this point. You may not agree with that individual, but you can see how 1 + 1 = 2 in this case. And that means that it's a very human emotion and reasoning or motivation for that thought. But of course you don't agree with what this person believes. And I think that's really what it comes down to for me. Okay. All right, let me read these out to you guys. So this is for depth through simplicity. And I'll try to like preface each one. In Cauldron Chronicles, we would rather have fewer item types, but many uses for those item types. Giving the player a few understandable item types, but building great depth with what they can do with those items is preferable to a menagerie of one-off items. We also believe that systems that are easy to learn but hard to master are more enjoyable. It shouldn't take the player very long to understand how to utilize systems in the game, but might take them time to become an expert. And we want to write human stories that have complex quandaries. Players should be able to understand characters' motivations and emotions, even if they can't always identify or empathize with that character's viewpoints and actions. Depth through simplicity. Sounds pretty good to me. All right, moving on to organic progression, exploration as an action, discovery as a reward. Exploration should be a motivated action through intelligent world and level design, but it should lead to discovery of material. Well, technically, if the discovery is knowledge, that isn't material, right? Discovery can be both something that is beneficial on the level of knowledge, should lead to discovery of material of useful uniquely useful. I don't like how that's worded. Exploration should be a motivated action. Note here it's not motivating action, it should be a motivated action. You should be motivated to explore. And that can be something that you see in the distance, right? You see that floating, I don't know, you see the tower, right? That motivates you to explore, which is an action. What do you discover there? Should be something that has use. It shouldn't be an empty location. And we should try to make the discovery uniquely useful. Now I don't think that necessarily needs to, oh, is unique the right word to use here? I'm gonna put the word often in there. We'll see. I'll read it out afterwards. We'll see how it feels. No non-immersive checklists. I could just use, checklists are the simple carbs of dopamine drips. Simple carbs of dopamine creation, but don't hold long-term. Don't offer don't create long-term memories. Don't create the same long-term memories that organic completion and accomplishments can. Checklists are the simple carbs of progression but don't create the same long-term memories that organic completion and accomplishments can. I like how that sounds. Let me hit the bathroom and then I can write this last one for this one. had a spider in here this morning. I don't know where he went. Hanging out by my door. I think he's roaming around. Okay, efficiency from choice, skill, not from number or perk. Like any real-life vocation, skill comes from the player obtaining more knowledge and experience, not from artificial unlocks. We didn't include in the GDD outline that we wanted to talk about the knowledge unlocks. See this? So the knowledge system as a whole is actually supposed to be primarily about like lore. So if there are, you know, we use IDs to tie like lore about, let's say, Golemstone, the city. Like, do you know that a shop exists? Like, there is a special, unique, maybe store called something in that city. That would be knowledge underscore Golemstone underscore whatever. Something like that, right? And so we can use that system to determine, does the player know this knowledge? Yes. And we care less about where the player obtained that from, although we could always do something maybe unique for that, but more that the player does have that knowledge. So I would just not write knowledge unlocks. I don't know. Fuck that. Fuck it. It's still a form of progression, but we just aren't going to put anything artificial behind it because it doesn't mix well with our pillars here. Speaking of pillars, no, that should be fine. Okay, so here's organic progression as a pillar. In Cauldron Chronicles, we feel that exploration is an action and discovery is the reward. Exploration should be a motivated action through intelligent world and level design, but it should often lead to discovery of something uniquely useful. We don't want any non-immersive checklists. Checklists are the simple carbs of progression, but don't create the same long-term memories that organic completion and accomplishments can. We believe that efficiency comes from choice and skill, not from numbers and perks. Like any real-life vocation, skill comes from the player obtaining more knowledge and experience, not from artificial unlocks. Does that sound fun to you guys? What's this Blueprints game that I saw coming out? What's Raw Fury making that? I saw some people talking about this. Investigation game? A room to draft. Oh, you like build a mansion or something? Navigate through shifting corridors and ever-changing chambers in this genre-defined strategy puzzle adventure. That sounds really fucking cool. This almost makes me think of a game idea I had, which was like a mix between Inscription and what's the game? What's that tarot card game that's similar to Inscription. I would know it if I saw it. Fuck. The premise was that you are playing against a dungeon master in a card game. It's a roguelike game, and you try to add beneficial things like upgrades and loot to the dungeon, while the dungeon master then on his turns plays traps and enemies. And then once everybody's out of cards, you run that dungeon. Hands of Fate. Thank you, Mr. Conan. That is exactly it. So like a mix between Hands of Fate and Inscription, where you build the dungeon antagonistically against a dungeon master and an NPC AI, right? Single player game. And then you run the dungeon at the end of it. And if you complete it, you get all the rewards or loot that you could obtain. And then it becomes a little bit harder. There's different modifiers on top of that. You play card game, and then you jump down into the dungeon that you just made with the dungeon master, and then you run that, and that was the premise. That was the idea. You're in 100% that game. It's a pain in the ass. Hands of Fate or Inscription? I think it is Hand of Fate. I think you're right. It's not Hands of Fate. I met the developer for that a long time ago at GDC. Would have been 2014 or something. Something around that time. Hand of Fate? Are there like really hard achievements or something? No simple success failure states. This is part of micro-reactivity. Making the right potion is a matter of perspective. Partial successes or partial failures can lead to subjectively better outcomes depending on situation. Very RNG based achievements. I'm not a fan of those. I'm not a fan of missable achievements or RNG based achievements. I don't mind if there are difficult achievements, but I don't want to be sitting there for like 10,000 years trying to get it perfectly, or it's something that is like so insanely skill based. I know that like Pain on PS3 had a ton of those where it was just like you would spend the next 1,000 hours trying to get this achievement and you might do it, but then there are 30, 40 more achievements that are just like that, or trophies in this case. Not a fan of that. Dialogue is just as important as potions. The things you say can carry just as much weight as what you do. Kind of. I don't think I need to write anything more extensive than that. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Sometimes the smallest of remarks are more impactful than the most heated argument. I don't know if anybody feels like that in their life, but sometimes I will just remember the smallest thing somebody says that will not ever leave my mind. But a heated argument's like, whatever. Water under the bridge. But that one weird remark you gave to me 10 years ago, Ooh, I'm still hung up on that. Diverse effects, diverse uses. Every ingredient potion effect should have interesting and impactful. I want to use the word impactful again, meaning interesting and what am I trying to say? Like every effect should have a use in the open world and with puzzles and with NPCs. Flexible. I think like varied, like I think flexible kind of pushed me into the idea of varied. Interesting and varied uses with NPC encounters, puzzles, and combat. Every ingredient potion effect should have interesting and varied uses with NPC encounters, puzzles, and in combat. So that, like, a restore health potion isn't always meant to restore health to the person that you give it to. A restore health potion may not always even be a positive thing, especially if restore health is acts as like poison for undead things. Selling a poison to somebody may not always be a way that they're like trying to kill somebody. Real, the type of achieves I hate to do the most is the unnecessary grinding ones. The kill 1,000 pigs type of achievements. Yeah. I went back and I played some like near vanilla MapleStory recently because I have a lot of nostalgia for that kind of game as a kid. And holy shit, that game is just uninteresting grind fest after a certain point. It's like the quests are literally just, yeah, go gather 100 of these items that drop at like a 1 out of 20 rate from enemies that you can only kill 100 of every hour. Okay, so that's 100 divided by 5. That's 20 hours worth of work. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want that. Okay, so in Cauldron Chronicles, micro-reactivity, to us, means no simple success or failure states. Making the right potion is a matter of perspective, and partial success or partial failures can lead to subjectively better outcomes depending on situation. Dialogue is just as important as potions. The things you say can carry just as much weight as what you do, and sometimes the smallest of remarks are more impactful than the most heated argument. We also want to have diverse effects with diverse uses. Every ingredient potion effect should have interesting and varied uses with NPC encounters, puzzles, and in combat. And that encompasses the 3 pillars of our game: depth through simplicity, organic progression, and micro-reactivity. How does that feel? These sound better to me, but I definitely need some time to sit on them, and I need to get some other perspectives. Either from you guys in chat or from some other designer friends of mine. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind grind for achievement, but at least make it so the task is not boring after a while. Some games have grind achieves, but the task itself is not the same, so you don't get bored doing it. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Like if the gameplay loop that you're being asked to do, or whatever sub loop of a gameplay loop that you're trying to do, is not unenjoyable, then you don't really consider it a grind. Like, oh, I'm just playing the game. You know, if there are some enjoyable checklists, right? If you're like, I don't know, playing like a game like Genshin and you enjoy the gameplay loop of exploring regions to unlock or to find all the little upgrade materials, well, then it's not grinding to you. You're just exploring. All right, let's see. Core pillars. Full review. We've done the full review, and tentatively, the reason why I think it's okay, very much okay and natural to change your gameplay, your game pillars, as you transition into full production, is that you need something to start with. You need your, you know, that bare bones idea and what you think is the most important to your game to actually just get started and try to build something. But as you build, you eventually go down different pathways and find different tangents that bring more fun, and your game naturally evolves. And as that evolves, your pillars might evolve, right? It's same with your gameplay loop. Your gameplay loop might evolve too throughout that. I think that's very normal, very natural. But if your pillars during prototyping are the same as when you go into vertical slice, you know, maybe you didn't prototype as much as you could, or maybe you got really lucky and just naturally found the best pillars to start with. We do need gameplay percentages. I still have some time left today. We could do a Tim Kaine video, or I could do gameplay percentages and then a Tim Kaine video, because I think my gameplay percentages will take like, what, 5 minutes? I can even just put it here. What are the main actions? I mean, they're kind of what they were before. Alchemy. Open world activities. Talking with NPCs. And these would be the ideal. If I can get a plus minus symbol. Probably 15%. It's gonna be pretty evenly split between the last two. I think that's a good aim. 15, 55, 30. Alchemy, open world, NPCs. Which may sound weird for a game where, you know, alchemy is kind of a core feature. But alchemy is a minigame. Alchemy is it's your tool set. I don't want it to be micromanagey. I don't want this to be Schedule 1. Where it's like you're waking to sleepy minute of every day is often just spent making the drugs. You know, we do have a lot of open world activities that I want the player to engage in. Very much kind of like a light. I want the player to live in the open world, not in their hut. At least for a small majority. But that when they do need to come back to their hut, they have things that they can do there too. This is at least a good starting point. Latest Monster Hunter game is great at that. I haven't played the newest one. I heard there were some performance issues, but not that the game was bad, just there were performance issues in Wilds. Performance frictionless. That's an interesting take. Everything is so easy to do. Friction is important. Bugs are... Performance. Haven't experienced those. It happens a lot. I mean, Stalker 2 had a lot of those complaints too with it, but I recorded literally my entire Stalker 2 experience, and honestly, I just did not encounter anything too crazily bad with it. But other people were having a lot of massive problems with it. It can be self-sustained in the wild, but eventually you can return to the hub. I like that. I like that idea. It's basically, you know, survive as long as you can. I think that, you know, that kind of reminds me not only of like Stalker 2, but also Metal Gear Solid, Phantom Pain, where, you know, when you're out in the open world, you can really just survive as long as you have materials. And you can always call in more materials, but then when you're ready to go back and, you know, stock up or start some new projects at the base, you can. God, I love this game. This game might be one of the greatest stealth action games ever made. And it's not even close. Great game. Hot lady. They knew what they were doing. Well, this looks good. This looks like a very good starting point for the organization of the GDD that we can start writing up tomorrow. And I like the new pillars, although I need to determine if my other teammates like it. And we'll just go through all this one by one and write up as much as we can, which thankfully should be pretty much all of this at this point. We've solved most unknowns. I think the biggest unknowns are still corruption as a feature. Lower level combat design is 100% still a big question mark. Same with lower level corruption. Ritual altars, we just don't have anything of them, and I have some ideas for them, but I think it's enough to start production with. You know, it's a 3-year game development. There's still time to resolve some of the question marks. But there's definitely enough here that those question marks can be resolved while other things are being built. Worst case, publishers say, hey, we'd like to see more resolved about corruption, ritual, altars, and combat. We'll just, I guess, work on those 3 things. Especially now that pretty much everything else is implemented. Hinted feature. Yeah. Let me export this out real quick. Sorry, it's going to be a flashbang. Warning for flashbang. I could... gives a little bit of space. Yeah, I'll share that. Let me post this in our Discord. New tentative pillars for Cauldron Chronicles. Definitely want feedback on this. We'll see what they think. I'll try to get some feedback tonight, and if they're okay, we can shove them into the GDD, or if we need some extra days to get feedback and modify them, we can throw them in at any time. And if we have a little bit of time left today, we could watch a quick Tim Kaine video. If you guys want. I don't have any pending changes, right? No. Okay. I know it was a lot of notepad work today, but, you know, gotta start somewhere, right? So yeah, let's end the YouTube recording there, but if you're watching on Twitch, stick around and we can do some fun little game dev stuff and game design stuff. So say thank you to YouTube. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.